you guys doing? So, we are at the midway point before the Super Bowl. Dude, I'm so excited. I wish it was tomorrow, okay? I mean, I'm just freaking out. But I wasn't sure if we wanted to do a show tonight, but I felt that there was a lot of things going on this week, a lot of things to talk about this past week, and I just really wanted to check in and say hi because I have been busting my ass this week. You guys are gonna be happy. Finally, a new Brady Hate Saga season 2 is coming. Not just one episode. I've got several consecutive episodes. They'll come out on different days, but I've this close to finished. I've got everything done except the introduction, and that actually took me by surprise because when I went into work finishing up the last 3 scripts, I noticed that the old introduction that says, the Brady Hate Saga, and it has people's names. I'm sorry. It's got the big names of the talking heads or whatever you want to call them, talking shit about Tom, right? And those were all hot takes from last year and before. So I was like, oh crap, I need a new intro, like the same intro but with different talking heads and different hot takes to pertain to this year. And so I had to go back and research like months and months of YouTube videos of different hot takes from different morons and figure out which ones I like which ones that really kind of fit perfectly. And so
there's plenty of morons out there, so
yeah.
You were able to find some, right?
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, exactly. So I had to go through that, and that kind of took me off slightly, put me a little behind, but it's worth it. You guys are going to love it. You're going to love the intro to the season 2. It's freaking, dude. I love it so much. I keep playing it. Like when I'm working, I keep going back and I play it over and over again. And I just, it's just, you guys are going to like it. Okay. I know it's been a long wait, but it's worth it. I promise. It's going to be awesome. So I will give you a hint. The very first episode is going to involve Aaron Rodgers. And the reason it is because first, the very first episode of season 1 was Aaron versus Brady. And why shouldn't it be the first one for now? Especially because the NFC Championship game is the freshest in our minds. So I think, why don't we just tackle that one first and then go from there? But yeah. Did you explain?
No. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Do you mind something?
Switching mirror now. There you go.
Yay.
Perfect. Sorry.
No, still the same.
No, I switched it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it switched.
So that's what you are.
Exactly. There we go. All right.
Okay, got it. Instead of pointing the other way.
Yeah, I don't know how it got flipped like that. That's weird.
I was like, hey, Aaron, and then you're like on the other side.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. So. Okay. Let me catch up with you guys real fast. I just want to see who's all here and say hi like I always do. Shane Ashley, how you doing, man? Luke, sorry you couldn't be here tonight. That's cool. Thanks for popping in at least and saying hi and dropping a like. I appreciate that. Patriot King, what's up, Adam? How you doing? He says Tom Brady will once again destroy KKK Chiefs Kingdom for the final time in the biggest stage. KKK? What does that mean? Let's see. Some random Patriots fan. How's it going, man? Jalen, how you doing? Haven't seen you. Were you? I don't think you were here last week, were you? Salami Pizza. Aaron, have you crunched the stats for MVP? It's so funny you mentioned that. So, I literally just got off the phone with the Redcoat 15 minutes ago. We were on the phone tonight for 3 hours going over it, and we believe we have it correct. So it's been painstaking back and forth. It's a lot of, each week was a lot of different formulas, different settings, and trying to find that balance, because each week one thing would be off. Like one thing could defy logic and reason, and because of that, it tells you, hey, this formula is wrong. Like, this is not accurate. This is not real life. It's not conveying what it should be. And that was the whole point of this formula, because this formula, it needs to be accounting for all of the details in a game and why things happen, why a quarterback does that, everything in between, how hard of a team he's playing, all those things. And we got it. So we basically hit our stride about a month ago. A month ago we implemented it, tweaked a few things, but it's been smooth sailing ever since. And every single result has come up with logical, coherent details that make absolute sense in every possible way you can imagine. It's so good. It's going to be a great thing. I'm very happy with it. And so we finished the regular season. So we have a final top 32 quarterbacks for the regular season. That is not for the MVP, though. The MVP is a combination of regular season and playoffs. And we've not implemented the playoff stats yet, because we are altering the formula for playoff games because they have different meanings. There are also other things involved. We need to give a score to whoever wins the Super Bowl MVP, things like that. So, but we'll have that soon. But I can show you the regular season, where it stands for the regular season so far, and that kind of gives you an idea of maybe where it goes in the playoffs.
Super chat, Jason.
Okay, cool. Awesome. See it twice. Hey, man, he says, are we going to buy up some GameStop or what? Man, they locked me out. They locked us out. They locked us out of our app for GameStop. Can you believe that? Punks. And then a day later, after they completely crushed its, then they say, oh, now you can buy some.
Yeah, now I can buy when it's 300.
But then they limited it. Yeah. But we did buy some doggy coin.
Yeah, doggy coin for 4 cents. Those, Elon Musk told us to. So we're like, all right, we'll listen.
Doggy coin. Kellicum Mr. Ron 94. Okay. Interesting name. Salami Pizza. John's here. Let's go. Lord Varsh. I love seeing the members guys here. I love seeing the little logos next to your names. That's awesome. And remember, guys, if you want to get the private link straight to the show, we don't use Skype anymore. We don't use any other program. It's a link that comes directly to my software. And if you want to call the show, you want to have a chat, it's that is a perk for members. So if you want to join, click the members button there, and starts at $1.99. So
yeah. The starting level is $1.99, etc. We've lowered to the lowered the levels to the minimum possible. So you guys can join.
Prototype Savage II, welcome. Oh, thanks, man. I've not seen you here before, so welcome.
Yeah, if you're new here, guys, subscribe and please hit the bell icon to be notified when we go live. And also like the video, the live show, I mean.
Jeremy Starts. To be honest, I think you're too hard on Bruce Arians. Ooh. Jeremy, are you trying to pick a fight with me?
Yeah, we get a little dramatic about it, but hey.
Yeah.
He deserves it sometimes.
Yeah. We'll talk about that, Jeremy. We'll get back to that. Julia says Super Bowl baby, hell yeah. Lord Varsh says cool background again. Thank you. I'm sorry you guys can't see the whole thing. It's supposed to be okay. So to my right at the end is a statue. So I got Tom Brady behind me, but on the right is a statue of Joe Montana, and on the left is Deion Sanders. So it's the same kind of statue. But there is 12 Lombardi trophies. So for all three guys. I don't know why the screen doesn't pull the sides in, but damn it. Bill Murray's here. Julius said, Trav, what's up, man? BB's here. What's up, man? Jake Saunders. Israel. Dave 98. Tyree. Normal Lifestyle. How are you? Nice to meet you. Michael Swearingen. How's it going? Brian's here. Nice. Awesome, guys. You guys are amazing. Tiffany. What's up? That's true, see it twice. As long as the statue that matters is right there, baby. Okay. So, let's get to it, shall we? First super chat of the night is the Red Coat. He sends a 5-pound super chat. He says, VAS MVP is legit. Thank you. Well, that means a lot to me considering the dude is gonna be either working for NASA or our military at some point. This dude's a crazy engineer, so I take that as a massive compliment, actually. Passer rating is overrated. Yeah. Kenneth Flagler Jr., welcome, man. How's it going? Who do I have for the winning the Super Bowl and the score? Okay, so. Oh, so we're getting down to business immediately, huh? Okay, well we can hit that off right now if you want. Walter Huff, welcome. I like seeing new people here. So great. So, actually, let me scoot. And they can see Brady and all the Lombardis.
Oh, yeah.
You got to see that. I mean, I'm covering up a good,
Oh,
I'm covering up you and Brady, and those are the best parts
I
of the
see.
video. So.
Something behind me.
Okay. So you guys tell me, what do you want to do first? Do you want to see the quarterback list right now of the order of the regular season first? Or do you want to talk about the Super Bowl first, or Deshaun Watson being traded first, or possibly being traded first? What do you guys want to cover first tonight? Because tonight is we're just kind of having some fun. So, okay. So let's open that up then. Oh man, I'm just laughing because of the guys who are in last place. Some of you guys are gonna throw up. Okay, I mean it's funny. It's really funny actually. So.
That's not a good deal. I got nothing.
I know. I just got to screenshot them. That's all. It won't take but a second.
Okay.
So, you're a darling. I just laid it.
Am I live?
Yeah, you're live. You're on.
So what do you guys want to talk about? Okay, we figured the list, the quarterback list. So that's coming up. I saw something earlier. Let's see what you guys talk in the chat. Jeremy Stars, I'll call you by, so you're saying, what were you saying? Something about Mahomes is going could be to win the next 25 Super Bowls and 50 MVPs. Woo! So are you a fortune teller? Because,
That would be awesome. That would be crazy.
Yeah, it's like, can you imagine a guy, a person doing that, a human being? Because so far, Cyber Tom is pretty, it's kind of like
Unreal.
leading that, and he's already a cyborg. So, but you know what? With the way technology is going, maybe is Mahomes being a lot younger, maybe they'll have those,
That's a good point.
Cards and chip in the brain that actually enhances all kinds of skills, which he already has these amazing skills, right? So imagine with all the enhancements that Elon Musk is planning, and all these other people in China that we don't even know what they're doing because it's so,
that would be crazy though. Hey, what if they had an implant where it gives you the play immediately?
Yeah, it's
so,
like, I don't know. We can actually, that would be a very interesting topic to think about. But yeah, that just was interesting. But yeah.
Okay.
Very cool.
I totally screwed Milena over just now.
He's like, talk about something. I'm like,
So,
all right, what are you guys going to talk about? I wasn't ready.
I put her on the spot. I said, oh shit. I said, I need to screenshot these, talk about something. And she goes, talk about what? I said, I don't know, something. Just talk about something.
Nice.
Okay.
For putting me in the spot.
Yeah. So sorry. I kind of hung you out to dry on that one. It's my fault. I'll admit. Okay. So I've got the screenshots here. Let's start with the worst quarterbacks. Okay? Because that's always the funniest part anyway, right? Again, I told you, if you're a Patriots fan, you're not going to be happy about this. Although you might have been expecting it. Okay? So, here we go, guys. Yeah. So, actually, it's perfect for you. You can actually point to everything.
Yeah,
see?
Let me train a little bit.
So, hey, you can be Vanna White tonight. Yeah. So, perfect. All right, guys. Thanks, Prototype. Appreciate it, man. Cam Newton. 7-8. Started 15 games. Guys, he's negative. Okay? Negative. That's pathetic. Okay? In this system, he went negative. That's not good. Now, the record itself is okay for what it was, okay? Fine. We understand that. But this is an MVP award for quarterbacks. We call it the Von Allen Sports NFL Supreme Leader. That's what matters. All right? Sam Darnold, you suck. Okay? Now, I don't know if it's you that sucks completely or if it's your team or what. Obviously, you're on the Jets, and that sucks too. But negative 7.5, come on, man. Come on. Yeah. Okay. So, what you're looking at here is all the guys in negative. This is the garbage of the NFL. This is the garbage can of the NFL. Oh, Shaq, thank you. Did you see what Shaq wrote?
Yeah, I saw.
That's a huge compliment.
Hey, Shaq, I didn't know he was here.
So, Cam, you suck. Oh, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say Shaq and anybody who already has the link can call in, right? At any time. It's the same link, correct?
Yeah, all members have the link from the group, yeah. Unless they're a new member. If they're a new member, then we'll send it to them.
Yeah.
So. Trubisky made the playoffs, yeah. But the thing about this, though, is it's not just a team award. I mean, yeah, the team made the playoffs, certain circumstances, of course. But Trubisky only started 9 games. At least he's got a winning record. But his quarterback play under this system, so again, I'm going to repeat, this is for the supreme leading quarterback of the NFL. This is the big dog, the big balls, okay? Oh, awesome, Shaq. Thank you. But yeah, that's where we are right there. That is the bottom of the barrel. I can forgive Gardner Minshew a little bit. I know he's 1-7 and he's negative 0.3, but he's the GOAT of mustaches. Okay, so he is the GOAT of I don't give a crap. Yeah, so we're gonna forgive Minshew. Yeah, but also he had a shit coach. So sorry, Doug Marrone is a bad coach. So it doesn't matter. The GOAT Minshew is probably going to be on a different team next year. We're going to assume that Jaguars is going to draft the Trevor Lawrence with the long flowing girl hair or whatever. So yeah. What if the GOAT gets to back up Tom Brady? How perfect would that be? The mustache GOAT backing up the actual GOAT. That would be perfect. Or what if Tom Brady ends up growing a stash like him? Carson Wentz, you suck. So negative 2.0. This is bad, guys. This is bad. Bad. All right. Celtic Nation, what's up, man? Oh, thank you for asking. Okay, the accolade. That accolade, that gold, that is the NFL MVP, the NFL standard, the Associated Press, basically, which, by the way, and the Red Coat mentioned this earlier when we were talking about this, the Von Allen Sports NFL Supreme Leader formula does not know about popularity. It doesn't know that people were hyping you up. It doesn't know any of these things.
It doesn't know what team you're playing, right?
It doesn't know what team you're on.
On the Patriots or on the whatever.
Doesn't know that you're selling the most jerseys or have the most followers on Instagram. It doesn't know your politics. It doesn't know any of that like the Associated Press MVP award does. Because I will tell you this much. If they cared about actual playing and opponents and actual real things that matter, the MVP this year would turn out a little bit different, and I'll show you why. Okay, here we go. Now we're finally getting through the shit and the crash, and now we're finally actually getting somewhere. You guys see an anomaly here? The first person to post it, tell me. I want to see the first person to get something in this that sticks out that's very problematic and interesting. Do you see it? You see something very odd. Julius Byer. Very good. Yep, Lord Varsh and Jeremy came in right after you. Absolutely. How the hell did Lamar Jackson get to 23? How was that possible? What happened here? And when the video of the formula comes out next week, you'll see, and it'll be explained better. But you guys, because you're here tonight, you're awesome. So you get to know what's up. You get to know what's coming first. But with Lamar Jackson, he ran the ball quite a bit. But he did not make up for it in passing yards. He did not close the gap. And remember, this formula, this is the supreme leading quarterback, not running back. So we don't give any special points, any special extra for running the ball versus throwing the ball. We don't give you extra points for running a touchdown in versus passing for a touchdown. They are all equal. A yard is a yard, no matter how you get it. I don't care if you mail it through FedEx. A yard is a yard, okay? A touchdown is a touchdown. Don't care how you get it. It's a touchdown. So you don't get any special treatment. So if you're going to run the ball a lot, you have to make sure that you're also passing the ball. Now, there's other factors involved, like strength of schedule, but not the strength of schedule that you guys think about like they normally use. We use a different formula, which is a 4-week rotation formula. And that could hurt him. Also, there's salary cap, there's coaching legacy, all kinds of things that could really cause problems. Quarterback details, mechanics, all those categories that you'll see in the video. Won't do them right now. There's just a lot of, it's very complicated, but to explain on a live show, but that's what happened to Jackson. So he was a victim of this. And just to show you that it can be done, you can run for a lot of yards and run for a lot of touchdowns and still rank up high in this system because the football baby did it. Kyler Murray did it. Kyler Murray has almost as many rushing yards as Lamar Jackson and more rushing touchdowns, but yet football baby still threw for over 1,000 yards more than Lamar Jackson did. So it can be done, which means that there's no excuse for Jackson. He had a bad year for him. 11-4 should have saved him, and I thought it would. And I like Lamar Jackson, so I feel bad that he's down that far. I hate that. I would like to see him up higher, but the truth is he just wasn't a contributor to his team this year. Not like the other guys. He wasn't as effective and not as hands-on. This is all about hands-on. What have you done for the team? That's what this is about. Now, I saw somebody mention Joe Burrow. How in the hell is Joe Burrow 15th? Okay. Well, it's a case of this. Every team has to have a quarterback represented. No matter how little you've played, you have to have one quarterback as your representative. In Joe Burrow's case, even though he got injured and he only started 10 games, he still ended up being the main quarterback of the season. So his backup didn't play enough to meet what Burrow met for the requirements. But that he still gets his averages locked in. So his average completions, his average yards, all those things, he's still getting credit for them. And I do remember this. When I was first developing the formula in the early days of it, I was impressed by how Joe Burrow was doing. I was like, my God, this guy is throwing 1,000,000 times a game, and it's working. It's working like crazy. Holy shit, we have got a new member, Justin Chedelet. Thank you so much, man. I love seeing that. And he signed up for Admiral, General, or Senator.
Oh, welcome.
Hell yeah, nice. Now, Justin, welcome to the family. Welcome to the empire, okay? Now, we're going to introduce all of you guys to what this empire means and what it really means, and it's a club. We're going to be the next Freemasons, baby, okay? Seriously. When we reach 100 members, we're going to have a convention, an actual convention. Yeah, some random Patriots fan, the Arrowman Empire. I love that. So, welcome to the empire. And when we'll approach you about this, it'll either be, definitely it'll either be Shaq or the Red Coat, depending on what avenue you want to be. But you'll pick whether you want a military career or if you want a political career. So you could either be an admiral, general, or a senator, or something else. And there's 3 other choices, but we'll explain that. And whatever you choose depends on who contacts you. Could be Milena contacting you. It could be me. But somebody will give you your new rank based on what you choose.
But it's football related.
Oh, yeah, of
So
course.
It doesn't necessarily mean religion.
If you pick religion, it doesn't mean religion like we know it. Yeah. Religion, as in our Hall of Fame,
and the gods are,
is the gods.
Yeah, the gods are
immortality. Exactly. So I'll explain that more down the line. Yeah.
The gods are the goats. Something to that effect.
Jeremy, you could say that. It's kind of like that. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like that. Yeah. So, all right. But welcome, Justin. I'm happy to have you here, man. And by the way, you guys, if you're a member, you will get the full hour-long video of the breakdown of the formula, meaning you will get the formula. You will get to see how all this is done. The general public will get a truncated version down to about 15 minutes of just the basic idea.
Summary.
Yeah, a summary, because it's very complex. Yeah, and that's what the Red Coat recommended. He's like, dude, we just spent like hours on this. People, we're going to have to, because he's an engineer. He loves numbers. He loves numbers like I do, but it's not everybody's cup of tea. But so we've got Burrow here, and Burrow was really doing well, but his averages held in, and that's what gave him the 15th spot. I'm very disappointed in Baker Mayfield. The problem for Baker and what Burrow got after Baker is because Burrow's got cut off. His got stopped. But the more Mayfield played, the worse it became. And he was just not as big of a factor to his team as Burrow was. I'm sorry, but Burrow was just, he mattered more. Burrow mattered more to the Bengals than Mayfield mattered to the Browns. And that's what this says. And that's the truth. However, because Mayfield made the playoffs and he played in 2 playoff games, he will soar past this. So just remember, this is regular season finals. In the end, Mayfield will fly past this spot. So this is just regular season. Okay, let's get down to the serious people. Now, this one, we've got to talk about this. We got to talk about this. Bad. Tell me, what was the first thing you guys noticed? What's the weirdest thing to you? What's the biggest anomaly here?
No, I'm not gonna say.
Tell us.
Although I haven't seen this before, so.
Yeah, she's never seen it.
I haven't seen it, but.
What do you see?
Well, I see that jump from 7 to 11. That's the first thing that's.
It's a huge, yeah.
A huge difference, a gap. I mean.
Yeah. Jig Saunders, Dome Merchant. Is that what they call Drew Brees? Okay, honestly, that is funny. I love that name. That is a great name. Let's use that from now on. Dome Merchant. That's funny. That you actually could have used that for Peyton Manning until he moved to Denver and then disproved that theory. So, okay. Matthew Stafford. Bravo, Matt. Bravo. Yeah, we call Breeze a stat whore. But I like Dome Merchant too. That's pretty funny. Stafford here, 5-11 team. Now, I want you guys to know something here. Winning matters in this formula. One passing yard in a game that was a win is worth more points than a passing yard in a loss. So when you look at Stafford 5-11, when you look at Matt Ryan and Watson at 4-12, and you see how high they're ranked, guys, that is some serious shit. All right? Because this formula is skewed. It is tailored to winning. Winning is everything. A quarterback is about winning. If you're not winning, what good are you? And you certainly can't be the supreme leader quarterback of the NFL if you are not winning. To be in this list, to make the top 10 with a losing record, it's nothing to joke about. This is serious. That is some talented shit right there. Okay? So bravo to Matthew Stafford. What a rough season. He lost his head coach. And so when you have a coaching change, even if the coach was bad, the head coaching change is a shakeup, no matter what. It's an awkward transition for everybody. And then you got football baby, number 13, Milena's favorite player other than Tom Brady. He's a little football baby, as you say. And she means that with affection, not making fun of him.
Not being sarcastic, yeah.
Yeah. Kyler Murray, impressive. Now, Kyler ranked all the way up to 13th with rushing and passing, so that's what I was referring to about Lamar Jackson. If Lamar Jackson was having such a great year, he would be able to do what football baby's doing and at least be in the top 15. So there's no excuse for him. If football baby can do it, why can't the MVP from last year, right? So that's the way I see it. Derek Carr, bravo for him. He's a good player. I'm not surprised there. But look at Matt Ryan. Let's take a look at Matt Ryan. You guys want to know why I want Matt Ryan? There it is. There's why. Now, when I go into the video and show you the details, when I show you where he ranks in air yards and passing yards, You have to understand something. For Matt Ryan to get 11th place with a 4-12 record, do you have any idea how much he has to throw the ball and what he has to accomplish in order to overcome getting the losing points 12 times? So he is always at a disadvantage, okay?
Yeah.
And yet he's still churning out stats. Another thing in Matt Ryan's favor is that Matt had a rough schedule. Now, I'm going to repeat, when I say schedule, I'm not talking about the retarded schedule, the one that doofuses at the NFL make, like, oh, well, it's based off last year, and oh, if this guy was a team, they're good last year, he's good this year, blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't even base it on an overall average of the year. It's a 4-week rotation system. That tells you that when you play a team, you are getting the best of them. Because a team in week 1 through 4, they could have the best defense in the league, okay? But what if the quarterback of their defense, so to speak, gets injured? And then you play that same team in week 14.
Yeah.
They are not the same defense anymore, okay? But the NFL will still give them that average from weeks 1 through 4, and it's not relevant. It's not accurate. That is not who that quarterback is playing. He's playing the bad team, the bad defense. So 4 weeks, rotation, rolling schedule.
Running like the running average,
Exactly.
That's what we do also in analytics.
Right.
You take the compare the previous period of some results and performance of a campaign to the average of the previous 4. The next week you do the same, so it does it gets more realistic.
Well said. Very well said. That's exactly right. And I want you guys to see now, this is why I've been so promoting Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan. 4-12, and the guy is 11th. 11th. That's insane. Another guy like that. And by the way, that doesn't discount Matthew Stafford, okay? But Matt did go 5-11, and he's still lower than Matt Ryan. So Matt Ryan is the guy you want. He's the one that fits the Patriots system. He's the guy we should go after. But if you can't get Matt, you get Stafford. Okay, Watson, it's not going to happen. That I don't see Houston trading him. But we'll talk about that later. But then you've got Watson. He's the same as Matt Ryan. Wow. Okay, that's talent right there, guys. 4-12 and overcoming that, and Watson hits the top 10. Bravo, dude. But look at number 9. Did someone say that they couldn't hear you?
I was just asking. I'll ask you. That's okay.
Try again.
He said, speaking to the microphone, I think he was referring to me. And I thought it was, but maybe not.
Well, I talk really loud, and I don't know if it mentions it.
Yeah, so. It's okay.
Okay. But let's take a look at number 9. Now, Can I get a virtual hug from you guys or a pat on the back? Pat me on the back. Give me a virtual pat on the back. Virtual pat on the back. I said Justin Herbert is the best quarterback in the draft. So I thought he was the guy I liked the best. I loved his interview. I didn't know much about him, honestly. All I had to go on was film and interviews. Interviews for me is everything. I liked Burrow too, but Herbert seemed to have something else. Now, I didn't go too far with the Herbert love. I'm not going to take credit for that. But I did go far with the Herbert love after I saw him play for about 3 weeks. After, see it twice. You're patting. See it twice. Why is your hand getting lower? Please pull back. Please pull back. So after we saw Herbert play, I'm not the only one though. After Herbert started playing, I think a lot of you guys here said that Herbert was good. I think we all agree. I seem to remember all of us kind of agreeing. For the most part, all of us thought Herbert was impressive. So I'm not going to take full credit. I think all of us kind of agreed on that. But guys, to get number 9 as a rookie on a 6-9 team, and you are 9th place and the supreme NFL quarterback leader? Are you kidding me?
It's good.
How? How did you do that? I mean, that's phenomenal. Okay? This guy is the real deal, guys. He's got that it factor. He's got that thing. The thing where we see in guys like Rodgers, Mahomes, and things we saw in Brady and the things we saw in Peyton, that it factor, that's what Herbert has. He's the dude. So he's somebody to watch. Now, he may lose his number 9 spot. Actually, he might, depending on Baker Mayfield, might be able to climb a little farther. I don't know how far, though. Actually, maybe not. We'll see. But to make top 10 in the regular season is incredible. So we got Big Ben at number 8. Everybody's shitting on Big Ben, saying he had a bad year. Well, he's sitting there comfortably at 8th. Not too bad. Yeah. Then we've got Breezy at number 7. Now, Drew Brees missed a few games, but his averages held him up, of course, so we don't kill you for that. Like I said, every team has to have a representative, and those Drew's stats bear it out. Winning 9 games is going to help you a lot, but Drew still got the job done. Now, remember, Drew's arm may be failing him, and it may be partly to this shoulder surgery he had 15 years ago, and it would have something to do with his broken ribs this year. But the formula doesn't know about your arm problems. It only knows, did you complete the yards, did you get in the end zone, and did you win? It doesn't care if you threw it behind your back. It doesn't care if you did it closing your eyes. Exactly. It doesn't.
No torque.
No torque. Exactly. Thank you. It
Torque?
doesn't care if you have torque or not.
The audience prize.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Wilson, I'm disappointed in you, Russell. He was the guy I thought was going to be MVP. Okay? He was the MVP guy. I was convinced of it. I think we all were. To slide down to 6th, it's extremely disappointing to me. That team, they just hit a snag towards the end, and that really, it just all fell apart. So, but look at the point differential between these guys. Brees and Roethlisberger, less than a point. It's crazy. All right. Here we go. You ready for the final, guys? Hang on.
Just tell me when you switch.
Well, there's one guy left that I think everyone's forgotten about. And when you see, do you know who it is? Let's see if anybody can get it.
Anyone?
Who's missing, guys?
Type it.
And I'm not talking about the famous players we all know, but there's one guy that is not been mentioned yet, and he's in the top 5. You did. Damn, you guys are good. Ryan Tannehill. Yeah. Ryan, very good. Okay. You guys are awesome. Of course, we have the most educated fans on YouTube. And I am not afraid to admit that, actually. Or boast about
correct.
That. So
yeah.
We definitely. Look at that.
Did you switch?
What do you guys see?
Quite interesting.
This is what I see. I see reality setting in. Now, I want you to understand that every detail is accounted for. Just about everything you can think of. Just based on this alone, because the NFL MVP is based on regular season only.
Yes.
The fact that they make Mahomes and Rodgers, and they said it was between those two. If they believe it was between those two, Mahomes is getting screwed. Because this formula, not only is Mahomes beating Rodgers, he's got him by almost 7 points. 6.4. Mahomes has got a 6.4 lead, and you guys saw how big 6 points is. That's a massive jump, a massive difference. What does this tell us? This tells us that everybody is a total street hooker when it comes to touchdowns. Touchdowns. Oh my God, Aaron Rodgers has thrown 49 or however 48 touchdowns or wherever the hell it was. Oh my God, look at all those touchdowns. Okay, wonderful. Do you know what else went against Aaron Rodgers on this? He had the weakest schedule of all 32 quarterbacks. In the 4-week roll-in ranking, it meant that Rodgers, on average, played the worst teams at the worst strengths, at the worst winning percentages, and they give up the most points, the defense that gives up the most points. Rodgers was dead last.
Bit overrated.
Yeah, apparently. Now, I mean, he's got number 3 here, all right? But he's barely beating Brady. Brady, who threw a bunch of picks this year. Brady, who has he has 2 wins less than Rodgers. Brady, whose head coach is Bruce effing Arians. And you don't even have a full point lead on Brady, dude. You don't, and you barely got over. You got 1.5 points over Ryan Tannehill. But you're supposed to be the MVP this year. Really? No. Everyone fell in love with Flash. Everyone fell in love with what they see on TV. It's a popularity contest, ladies and gentlemen. It's a popularity contest, and that's why it's done by journalists and not by numbers, not by statistics. 11 interceptions is bad for Tom. That's what I meant. I didn't mean 11 interceptions in general. I just meant for these top guys, 11 interceptions is a whole lot. So that was the difference maker. So if just based on their own parameters, if it was between Mahomes and Rodgers, I can't believe I'm saying this, Patrick Mahomes is getting screwed. The NFL MVP should go to Patrick Mahomes if they were choosing between those two.
Yeah. Right.
But the formula says the most important player in the NFL, most important quarterback in the NFL is Josh Allen for the regular season. Just for the regular season. Who's going to win our Von Allen Supreme Leader award? My money is on Mahomes because he's playing in the Super Bowl. Now, could Brady catch up? He could. He would need to have a great game. You'd need to win MVP. And Mahomes would need to have a down game. And then maybe Brady. I don't even know if he could. I'm not sure. But I would say it's very likely that we're sending our first trophy to Patrick Mahomes. We're going to be sending that thing to Kansas City. Okay? Probably. So, but it ain't going to Green Bay.
Yeah.
And it's not going to Buffalo. Because Mahomes is now in one extra game, and he's only 0.2 behind. So Allen is going to lose that number 1 spot. But doesn't this tell us something, guys? So there we go. So that's the regular season. Hope you guys like that. I would love in the off season Now that we've got the formula corrected and everything is good, or we've got it right where it needs to be, I would love in the offseason, and the red coat is suggested this, so I want to give him props. I don't want to take that away from him that he came up with this idea. But he said we should take what people think are the top 10 quarterbacks of all time and run their stats, their career stats, through the formula.
Yeah, that's an awesome idea.
Yeah, like to see where that goes.
Yeah.
Another thing we could do for fun is we could take like the last 10 years,
Right.
each MVP, and see who really should have been MVP, at least according to us, okay?
Exactly.
So according to all of us, all of you guys. So if we could go back in time and see what would happen, I would really love to see that. Wouldn't you guys love to see that?
Yeah.
I tell you what I would like to see. I would like to see Brady's 2007 season ran through the system.
Right.
I want to know how many points he has, because Josh Allen had 27.2, Mahomes had 25. What score would Brady have from 2007? That's what I would like to see. So, because he had crazy ass opponents that year. I mean, every week we were playing some ridiculously good team. It was just an amazing year. He went 16-0, which means that all of his games he would get full point credit for every yard, every throw, every interception. He gets full win credit. I mean, that score has got to be insane.
Hey, we got a new member.
Holy shit. Yeah. 2 tonight. Awesome. Thank you. Let's see. I don't think I posted him last time. Let's see. Oh, that's why, because it didn't light up. Oh. Okay, remind me after Michael, I need to put back Julius's.
Okay.
So, to make sure it gets seen too.
Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, Brady's 2010 would be good too. Michael Swearingen, thank you so much, man. And he joined the cavalry diplomat priest. And if you're just coming on, or I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but you will be contacted by someone to choose, probably me actually, to ask you what path you want to be in the empire. What kind of life do you want to live in the empire? And you can be whatever you want to be in the empire. Okay? So, you're going to like it. Welcome, my man. So, Nefertiti. You are Nefertiti of the Egyptian Empire, but you are also the Empress of the Roman Empire, of the Von Allen Sports Empire, I'm sorry. But you chose the path of...
I'm a shapeshifter.
What you chose entertainment, correct?
Cult. What is it called? Culture? Or
gaming and culture. So artistry, things like that. So if you choose to be an artist or a gladiator or something in the Colosseum, something sports related, entertainment, anything like that.
Culture, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to grab a new one. You just talk about that real quick. I'm putting you on the spot again.
Thanks. So what do you guys want to talk about? I'm kidding. If you choose any of those, areas, then someone who is in charge of or part of it will contact you, like Aaron or myself, the red coat, Shaq. It'll be interesting. We'll talk about it in more detail. But for example, if you're a priest, like we were saying, or if you choose religion, that doesn't necessarily mean real, religion and all that, but it's our Hall of Fame, Football Hall of Fame. The gods are the, the best football players and
exactly.
All that. So
we're creating our own NFL Hall of. We're creating our own Hall of Fame.
We're creating.
Because the real Hall of Fame lets anybody in.
Yeah, we are creating our own Hall of Fame because we are not big fans of the real Hall of Fame because they let just anybody in. It's more of a popularity contest, and we have a bit higher expectations, and we want to make it as what we think should be the real Hall of Fame. So
thank you. I keep putting you on the spot tonight.
yeah,
But I think that's a good thing. I think that's good for you.
yeah, why not?
I'll get you talking more. Okay. Bill Murray asked, how can you prevent somebody from stealing the formula? Because it's copyrighted.
Yeah.
So there is no doubt that ESPN or Fox or somebody will try to steal it. They'll alter it, and then they'll introduce some cute name for it. In fact, we noticed something recently that they ripped off. I guess I can't prove it, but
Little things here and there we always notice.
yeah, little things here and there. As you guys probably know, my disdain for all things French, and it's kind of a joke. It's not. It's just for fun. I don't literally mean that. Like, I even have people I'm friends with who are French, but.
Hey, don't you have some French in you? Oh,
Shut up.
We don't want to go.
Maybe
somewhere far down the line, but never mind.
No, don't get the redcoat started. I don't want to hear that.
Okay.
Normandy.
Yeah.
Normandy. Okay?
But it's an inside joke where he makes joke about the French.
So, how long have you guys been hearing me say, when I mention the head coach of Green Bay, I call him Matt LaFleur.
LaFleur, but he
Okay?
goes like LaFleur.
Matt LaFleur. Right? You guys know, I've been calling him that.
Pepe Le... what was it?
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew. But I call him Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
And
like a joke.
that's something I've always done for a long time, okay? Because I make fun of the French language.
Guess who was saying that last week? I was watching. We were both watching. I was like, what?
No shit.
No.
Stephen A.
Stephen A. goes.
Stephen A.
Matt
Smith.
LaFleur. The same way he said it. I was like,
The same way.
no.
The same way.
He heard that somewhere.
Unbelievable. When he did it, I had to take a second look like,
Because, who makes fun of names?
what?
Except, silly jokes that we make.
Yeah, but
Stephen A. wants to be cool. He's like,
I call him Matt LaFleur. I know why I do that. I do that because of my love-hate relationship with all things French. Okay?
Yeah.
I've been calling him that since he was a coordinator. Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
Okay? But that's how I talk. I make fun of all kinds of French stuff like that. Then I hear Stephen A. doing it. I couldn't believe it.
It's like,
Now,
why would he do that?
what is dude, that is coincidental. Now, I know why I say it. Why would Stephen A. say that? Like, what would make him do that? Does he have a problem with French too? I mean, maybe it's a coincidence. I'm not saying he copied, okay? I'm just saying that it freaked me out because it's exactly the way I say it. Yeah. Exactly. And it makes you wonder, though. Now, Milena, for years, was in marketing, and she can attest to this, but
I speak French too, so anyway.
Oh yeah.
The point is, yeah.
But they have focus groups, okay? So ESPN, FS1, all those, NBC Sports, all of them, okay? They have focus groups, and those groups they watch independent YouTubers, and they'll pick that up because they want to see what the young people are doing and what the young people are watching, okay? And then they take from that and then they implement it into their main show so they can stay hip and current or wherever the hell it is. Okay.
Didn't they all wear glasses, like sunglasses, at some point?
Yeah, they started.
Isn't that a new thing?
Another channel started implement. Another station. I think it was NFL
Mainstream,
Network.
yeah.
Started implementing a whole segment with sunglasses.
Like everybody wearing sunglasses like us. I mean, right now I'm wearing reading glasses, but we used to both.
Whatever.
I mean, you always do, but anyway.
But anyway, they have focus groups that watch these things. So it's within the realm of possibility that somebody doing marketing research, not Stephen A., somebody doing that research saw that, took from it, thought it was funny, and then said, "Steve, that sounds like something Stephen A. would say. Yeah. It'd be perfect for his character because he is a character. It's a character." And then they told him to do that. I don't know. Maybe that happened. Do I believe that Stephen A. Smith personally took from it? No. I bet he doesn't know I exist. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, the weird thing is that he even pronounces it the same way, like Arian, because it's the wrong pronunciation. The real pronunciation in French is la fleur. It's very different than le fleur, whatever. Le fleur. So, you know, if you wanted to make fun of it, you know, you would have said more like la fleur.
Anyway.
Or whatever.
But I think the company itself, or at least the focus groups, are watching. I do believe that.
Yeah, it was fun to watch that, actually. Yeah. So it's a compliment, right? You always say that.
It's a compliment. But answering who asked about the formula is that they will try to steal it. They will watch it. They will.
Oh, the big guys always do that.
Yeah, they do that.
In business, in any type of business, you're a startup and you have something out there. One of the big, you know, Google or whatever will adopt that. They may buy you out, or they'll just, you know, take it.
Well, see, that's what I want. How much would you guys like to see me on ESPN debating Max Kellerman? Okay.
Yeah, that's
or would you like to see NBC Sports puts me next to Chris Sims?
Yes.
Oh,
I want to see that.
Oh, yes. Oh my God.
See who's a better singer. of the song, you know.
Why can't I can sing? Okay, so I will create a Tom Brady song. Okay, yeah. He can sing his Aaron Rodgers song.
And see,
we'll see who's better.
Who sang that better?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Shaq said NBC Sports Network is going off the air, so I better do it quick. Yeah, that's true. They're probably going off the air because of him. But anyway. I would love. Okay, imagine if I got to sit across from that big nose idiot. What's his name? Nick Wright. Okay, I'll be honest with you guys. I might end up punching him. Okay, I'm not joking. I actually might end up punching him. Okay, I don't like him personally. I think he's a complete piece of shit. Okay, him and Kellerman, those two, I think, are just pieces of shit. All right? Yeah, there are other haters out there. I don't even hate Chris Sims. Okay? I don't hate Chris Sims. I don't, you know, I just think he's weird. And I think he's too in love with Aaron Rodgers, but I don't hate him. Like, I wouldn't want to, I don't feel like I'm wanting to kill him or something. But
yeah, that's for a dramatic effect, guys.
Yeah, it's a joke. But with Nick Wright, I mean, if it was the WWE, I would take a steel chair and hit him in the face with it. You know, I would love that. Ooh, he who will not be named. No thanks.
Shall not be named.
Yeah, that would be an insult, actually. So. Thanks, Sterling. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, it's just. Instead of stealing, why don't they just hire?
Yeah.
If they like what I'm doing, why don't they just give me a show? Why don't they test me out? Put me on one of the other shows. You don't put me on the big ones yet. You give me a chance, but give me a chance. You know.
They could like invite. You know how they invite different people. They can also invite a YouTuber, if you want to call that. It's just the medium. It's not like.
But Milena, here's why they won't hire me, okay? Because I will not be scripted. So if you give me a script and or you give me boundaries, okay? So you can say I can make that argument, but I have to defend this. So if they say here's a subject matter, okay, Max, today you're defending this side of the argument and I'm defending it. No, sorry, that's not going to work. I am not going to debate anything that I don't really mean and I don't really care about. That's just dumb. And that probably will mean that I would never get to be on that show. So, unless it was a one-off. So, yeah.
We'll see.
Maybe one day. But they're just going to keep stealing probably.
Oh, yeah. Aren't you used to that?
Yeah. It's not the first time that's happened to me. Yeah. Anyway. No, Cornball brother. He's gone into hiding. I don't even know anything about him anymore. Does he even? I don't know. Maybe he does. I'm sure he's employed somewhere. What he doesn't understand, and it's fine for him, he makes money at it, but what he doesn't understand is that anybody who puts him on their show or hires him, they're putting him on as, they're making fun of him. They put him on to make a fool out of himself. That's why they put him on. They're not looking for his analysis. They're not looking for how good he is. They're actually wanting him to make a fool of himself, and that is how they make money from him. Now, I guess for him, it's okay. It's good money to be a complete fool. However, for me, it wouldn't be worth it. I would not want the entire country of the sports part of the country for everyone to unanimously think that I'm an idiot. And that would be the weirdest thing. So, all right. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. Hearing a lot of things this week, guys. Hearing questions like, can Patrick Mahomes surpass Tom Brady's legacy? Okay.
Well, at least they're saying that. Because sometimes you hear things even...
No.
the reverse.
No.
Can Tom Brady live up to Mahomes? I mean, I've seen that every once in a while.
The problem with that, the question is insulting. Yeah. Okay? The question can only be applied to someone who is within range. Okay? So, the question itself is the problem. Right now, Patrick Mahomes cannot be asked the question, can he surpass Brady? No. The question is, could he surpass Aaron Rodgers? Could he surpass Brett Favre? Could he surpass Dan Marino? Okay? That is your area there. Can he surpass Kurt Warner? You know, like that. That is the area that he should be shooting for, those type of guys, right?
Yeah. If they're basing it on what? Reality.
Yeah.
Facts. But if they're basing on projections and, fortune telling, then sure. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not about better. That is very better. What is better? Okay? I've been hearing that since Aaron Rodgers has been getting rim jobs on TV since 2011. He's the most talented quarterback we've ever seen. Really? Okay, let's define talented. What does that mean? Okay, let's ask the question, why is it relevant? And what does it have to do with being the GOAT? What does that mean? What does best mean, actually?
I think what I would call it would be someone who has the highest potential, or the greatest potential. Would that be more accurate?
And that would be a different question.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a different question altogether. So if you say what's his potential could be or something like that, but to ask the question, it would still have to, you couldn't shoot for Brady. You would have to shoot for someone nearer first. He's not even close to that yet. Right. You can't even say, can he be Peyton Manning? You can't do that. He's not that. He's not John Elway yet. You can't say those things. It's just stupid.
Is he Eli Manning?
Is he Eli Manning?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, light years ahead as far as quarterbacking. You mean legacy? Okay. Legacy. Well, he needs another Super Bowl, right? So, right. Eli's got 2 Super Bowl MVPs. However, one could argue that Patrick Mahomes has a Super Bowl MVP and a regular season MVP. Mm-hmm. And so far, Patrick Mahomes has played at a level each year statistically better than Eli's ever done. Eli's never, even his best year is not anything close to anything Mahomes has done yet. So even in legacy, you'd have to say, even though Eli's got 2 Super Bowls, I think Mahomes' legacy is better right now.
Yes.
But he's only played 3 years, so it's kind of weird.
And also, like Bill Murray says, Eli's legacy is a little tricky. So
Eli's weird. Eli is a weird situation. It's very strange. Yes. And he's like the anomaly of all these guys.
Back to your point, start with something, when you're comparing him, start with something
realistic.
Within that range. I mean, shoot for the stars, but right now it's more like potential to shoot for the stars. Then it's just a little too much, of talk there.
Yeah. Shaq, $5 super chat. Thank you, man. He says, don't forget the greatest head coach quarterback duo ever question out right now. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. You posted that. He says, so as if 6 is less than the others. So what Shaq is referring to, guys, okay, is they put out a article that said, who is the best quarterback head coach duo ever? And it showed 4 groups. It said Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, Joe Montana and Bill Walsh, Don Shula and Dan Marino, and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Here's the problem with this. All three of those duos combined do not equal Brady and Belichick. What the hell? What are you doing? Huh? Like what is that, right? What is that? The insults never, ever stop.
Someone in the chat was saying that he is already, surpassing Peyton.
Sorry, what?
Oh, just saying. I think I read that somewhere in the chat that he was already surpassing Peyton.
Who was?
We already, Patrick.
No. Who said that?
Find that.
Who said that? I need to know who said that.
Yeah, can you?
Who said that Patrick Mahomes has surpassed Peyton Manning? Who said that? Reveal yourself.
Yes. Jared. He's not. He didn't say that he passed him.
Oh, okay.
But he's on his tier.
Almost, Jared. Almost.
Yeah.
He'll get there. He'll probably get there. As long as he stays healthy, he'll get there. Okay?
I know who said it. Jared Thomas.
Thomas? Thomas.
I would say Thomas. With it. Because, never mind. Long story. Say it again like that.
Okay. Yeah. So, it's Jared, it's a question of, are we talking about the player playing ability, what he could be? Are we talking about realistic realistic achievements? Yeah. The thing about Mahomes, guys, is he has to start winning every Super Bowl, almost, for the next 5 years. And why does it have to be the next 5 years? Because you could say, oh, well, he's going to be in the league for 15 years. Okay? Is Andy Reid going to be coaching in the league for the next 15 years? Probably not. Do you know how old he is? He's much older than people think he is.
Really? How old is he? Let me look him up.
How long is Kelsey going to be in his prime? What if we saw what happened to Gronk? When does Kelsey become and hit the Gronk? Now he's not been as injured, of course, but still, a guy like that will not always be like that. Tyreek Hill. What happens when he wants even more money eventually? What happens when the other up-and-coming guys want their checks? Okay, now the only thing that could last during a quarterback's career is if you got a coach and that coach was relatively young. But almost everybody else will not be there. What that means is that Mahomes would have to be on it, and if he didn't win the next 5 or 6 Super Bowls, he would need to win later on. Yeah. He's going to have to win it with a completely different roster. New guys who are not even in the league yet. And he's going to have to do it with a different coach.
And we know how that goes sometimes.
It's changed, okay? Yeah. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were still together, and they had a 10-year gap. And they went to 2 Super Bowls. They had a 10-year gap of winning. They went to 2 Super Bowls and went undefeated in the regular season and still couldn't get a Super Bowl. And that was a huge, massive 10-year gap for them. By the time Tom won another Super Bowl, 10 years later, him and Belichick were the only people left. You had some, of course, people on the staff, and you had offensive coordinators and things like that. But the players, the roster, I think in 2014, Vince Wilfork was probably the closest thing, but he was a rookie in 2004, so I don't even know if that's relevant. But to this particular example, but what it took Brady to get 6, it took 9 tries. 9. Okay? It took 13 championship appearances to get 9 appearances to get 6 Super Bowls. On top of that, he was the MVP in 4 of those games. On top of that, he was the NFL MVP 3 times. That also took Belichick being Coach of the Year several times. It took at least having one decent player on defense and multiple, sometimes even a hell of a lot more than that. How do you understand what has to happen to win 6 Super Bowls? So if you don't think that Mahomes can win right now, you say, okay, he's got everything built right now, and I would say, yeah, they are built right now to have a great run. They realistically, they could be playing in the next 3-4 Super Bowls. But what happens if Travis Kelce goes down next year? What happens if Tyreek is injured? What happens if Tyreek decides to do something again where he gets in trouble and gets kicked off the team like Kareem Hunt, even though the Kareem Hunt thing was completely stupid and absurd. But what if, right? These things happen, okay? So Tom Brady dealt with turnover. He had what many people think is the best wide receiver who's ever lived, and he still couldn't win a Super Bowl. Tom Brady won his first 3 Super Bowls with very questionable offensive players, all right? Mahomes is doing it backwards. So Mahomes is the flip. He's doing the second part of Brady's career. The lots of stats, lots of skill players, things like that. He's doing the Brady career alternately. So he's starting out on fire, as where Brady started out slower and then became the offensive juggernaut later on. Yeah. Everything had to go perfectly for the Patriots to achieve what they've achieved.
So let's see.
I think the Patriots have spoiled people. I think what the Patriots have achieved makes people think that it automatically should happen. Yeah. And the proof of that is Max Kellerman when he said oh, well, if Aaron Rodgers was on the Patriots, well, I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady, so he'd have to have more success with Belichick than Tom did. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers would have 7. That was his logic, okay? This is kindergarten logic. This is...
It's like the what ifs.
But it's a stupid what if. It doesn't even make sense. That's how people think now. They think like Max Kellerman. They see, oh, the Patriots are winning every year, but my quarterback's better.
Yeah.
So it must mean that he can do it too. They have no idea. If you are a Patriots fan, you know what it took. Okay? It took 20 years to do all this. Who the hell said Patrick Mahomes is going to last that long? Like I said before, he needs to win it early to make sure so he doesn't avoid these problems. If he gets a second one right now, he's off to a damn good start, guys. That's pretty awesome. When he gets his third, if he gets his third soon, okay, let's say if he gets his third by 2023, 2024, and we see that the Chiefs are kind of merging into something new, but a good new, not a bad new. Let's say that they're focusing now not just on offense, but they're focusing on the defensive side of the ball. Let's say they're bringing in coaches, an heir apparent coach that's going to take over the system eventually. Let's see those things happen. Then I would be like, okay, this dude, then we can talk about it. Then we can talk about the Peyton Manning and the comparisons and the Joe Montana and all that stuff, right? But with all that said, Tom Brady's still not done. How the hell is he supposed to catch a guy who's still not finished? So Tom now has another Super Bowl appearance, a 10th one.
Yeah.
If Patrick Mahomes won 6 Super Bowls and played in, let's say he played in 6 Super Bowls, he still wouldn't have the appearances. He still wouldn't have the championship game appearances on top of that, unless he played in 13 or 14, depending. Yeah, because it's 14 now with Tom Brady being on the Bucs. But will he have the MVPs? Will he have the Super Bowl MVPs? We don't know, which there's just no way of knowing. So there's so many factors involved. What would he have to do to equal that? It's insanity. It is crazy. 2007 is one of the most... There's so many things in the 2007 season that are overstated. People like to look back on 07 and go, oh, Brady had Randy Moss, he had Wes Welker, he had Dante Stallworth. Really?
Yeah.
Bullshit. He had Randy Moss, who people thought was finished, okay? They got rid of him. They kicked him out of Minnesota. They didn't want him in Oakland. The Oakland Raiders didn't want anything to do with him anymore. He was complete shit. He didn't want to play. He didn't even try. Everyone thought he was done. Belichick calls up, trades him for nothing. And everyone's like, oh, you think Randy Moss has got anything left? Yeah, go back. Look up on YouTube. Go back to everything that everyone was saying when Randy Moss went to the Patriots. It was nothing but negative. It was nothing but, has Randy Moss got anything left? Can he be resurrected? Can he be the great player he was when he was, early in his career? That is what people were saying. People like to think, they like to make it sound like that you were getting the 1990 version of Jerry fucking Rice. Okay? That's not what you were getting. Tom was getting damaged goods. All Randy needed was to play with a great quarterback, and it woke him up. It woke up the beast. It brought him back to what he should be. But if Randy doesn't go to New England, we'll never know what would have become of him. We just don't know.
True.
If Randy goes to Peyton Manning, he's Randy again. If you give him to Brett Favre wanted him. He's Randy again. But he's not Randy in Oakland. And he wasn't towards the end of Minnesota. So it took Tom. So don't come at me with this whole Well, Tom had Randy Moss. Well, you have to understand. There's a lot involved in that. Okay, but yes, but even with that said, I'll still give you credit for Randy Moss. Don't even think about talking about Wes Welker. Who? Okay, if I'm changing my seating position, that means I'm getting a little agitated here. In 2007, someone walks up to you and says, "Hey, we traded for Welker." Who? Wes Welker.
Yeah.
You know, the little guy in Miami. Who? The little guy in Miami. Yeah, you know, the guy, yeah, the little guy. Who? Yeah.
You know the thing.
Nobody knew who the hell this guy was, except Bill Belichick. I bet the Dolphins coach didn't know who the hell he was. Who was the coach at the time anyway? Nick Saban? Somebody like that? Can't remember exactly the year, but yeah.
I lived there and
You never heard of Wes Welker.
Know.
So,
No.
who is Wes Welker again? No, you mean that Wes Welker became great later. So you were using what you know about Welker now
Right.
for the 2007 judgment.
Yeah.
But if he's never Welker in 2007 in New England with Tom Brady, is he ever Wes Welker? You have to ask yourself that.
Check those. Wes Welker was a glorified kick returner for Miami.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nobody knew who the hell he was.
They made him. I mean, he developed there, right?
He was, like Shaq
with a
said,
bat.
he was
No, I mean,
a
later.
returner.
Yeah.
In Miami, but yeah, he was got for nothing. And then Dante Stallworth. Granted, he was more known. I knew who he was actually when he came to New England. But I know a lot of people confused him with the other Stallworth. But the same thing. It's similar. He was kind of a decent. He was a decent receiver. Not no big deal. But he played out of his mind for New England, and I appreciate what he did. Okay, that Dallas game, man, when he just got free, turned around and pointed at the Dallas defender right in his face. That was amazing.
Yeah.
And I love Stallworth for that. But nothing.
Who did we run into in LA? Was it him on Sunset Boulevard?
Danny Amendola.
Oh, that was Amendola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just what the kind of situation that was there. People like to go back and think that when you are going back in time and you are trying to judge something in an era of time, you have to think like it was at that time when it happened. That's the difference right there. Even with drafting. People look at the draft and say, "Oh, the Bears went with Trubisky instead of Mahomes."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. In hindsight, that was very stupid. Okay? We all thought it was stupid to even trade to get Trubisky. He was ranked very low on my list of quarterbacks. I was not a Trubisky fan at all for drafting. And when the Bears traded up, I was like, okay, Trubisky. You could have got him without trading. I mean, nobody was going to pick this guy.
Yep.
We judge it now, but if you think about the thought process at the time, and even though it was crazy, you can understand a little bit of the thinking process. You have to understand the design of the team at the time, the design of the Chiefs, what the Chiefs were looking for versus what the Bears were looking for. Just because it was a bad decision doesn't mean anything. What matters is what the thinking process was that day or that year before the draft happened. And that's what you have to do when you go back in time and think about players. And 2007 is a very similar situation. So. Oh, yeah, Shaq. Oh, that flea flicker game in 07. Yep. No, he was great, man. And listen, I have no problem with Stallworth. And I have no problem with, Welker. I like them, okay? But people say those three names, Moss, Welker, and Stallworth, like Bill Belichick went out and got 3 all-pros, who were right in the middle of their all-proing. No, you only know them now, well, 2 of them, because of what Brady did with them. That's the difference right there. I went off on a tangent there, huh? Okay, yeah, Jared Thomas is a good point here. So he says Belichick actually faced him the year before in Miami when he was a slot receiver, and he said afterwards that he thought he was good. Yeah. So Belichick saw something in him that he thought he would be perfect for the Patriots. Nobody gave a shit until then. So. Remember when AB kicked that dude in the face? I think it was the Browns kicker. What's that guy's name? Yeah, can't remember. Yeah, I know that. Guys, I was watching. Funnily enough, I was. When I'm working, I have games on in a little small window on my computer. It's just always running different Super Bowls and different games and stuff. And earlier today, the Giants and Patriots, you know what? I'll get back to that later. You guys are asking me about the Super Bowl. I don't even know how I got down this level. How did we even get here? Okay, let's talk about the Super Bowl. I made a bet with someone, just for fun, not a big deal, very small. It was just for fun, actually, that the Kansas City Chiefs would not make the Super Bowl. Uh-huh. Now, this was a while back, and what I was basing that on is that I saw something wrong. I saw an offense that could be exploited if you had the right defense, a certain type of style of defense. And maybe I'll put a video about this out, a quick video next week or something before the Super Bowl in more detail. But the point is, there was something I didn't like about them that I thought could be exploited by a great team. Now, before you laugh, because again, we just talked about hindsight, right? At the time, I thought a team like the Steelers could possibly upset them, okay? Catch them at the wrong time and take them out. Now, I understand that the Steelers, towards the end of the year, hit a very bad streak and played like complete shit. And I understand that a lot of people were arguing that they had a easier strength of schedule. That can also be debated. But the NFL is all about matchups. It doesn't really matter what your record is. What matters is this team in front of you, do you match up well with them? I liked what I saw from the Steelers' defense when they were clicking, when they were in the right spots. But that was only as good as Ben Roethlisberger and the offense could keep up. I thought Steelers could be one of those teams. I thought Buffalo was another one of those teams. When the Steelers completely shit the bed in the playoffs, that was out. And I thought, okay, well, the Bills could probably get the best of them. When I saw the AFC Championship game between the Bills and the Chiefs, I had no idea they were as undisciplined as they were. I didn't expect that. I'm not taking anything away from the Chiefs. I'm just explaining that what I saw in the Chiefs, the chink in the armor, if you want to call it that, right, there was something there to exploit. But they couldn't do it. And the Browns, if the Browns were a little better team, they could have done it. So instead of the Browns, if that was the Steelers playing a better version of the Steelers, basically the first 10 weeks of the Steelers, if that was them, and then Chad Henne coming in, the Steelers probably could have exploited that. But the Browns didn't get it done. But I had made that bet because I'd seen something weird about the Chiefs. They are not playing their best football. This is not the best Chiefs team we've seen. The Bucs can win this. All right? They can win it. In fact, you can go into this with confidence. Except for one thing. We need to talk about the situation between Tom Brady and Bruce Arians.
Or whoever is the offensive coordinator. Because didn't Bruce Arians say that he's not the one calling the plays?
Shockingly, yes. So.
Kind of threw him under the bus, I think.
Yeah, let's follow this, okay? Yeah. So all year long, we've been yelling at Bruce Arians, okay? And all year long, he's taking credit, saying, not taking credit exactly, but he's never spoken as if he wasn't the guy in control. Okay? So that makes sense, right? Byron Leftwich is a newish offensive coordinator, and that's Arians' cup of tea. That's what he does. It only makes sense that Arians is heavily involved. So we didn't question that. Then Tom Brady throws 3 picks in a row against the Green Bay Packers. And they were done on very weird plays. 3rd down. 2 of them were on 3rd and short. One of them was 3rd and 2. But they kept doing the same thing over and over again, giving the ball back to Green Bay, and didn't stop doing that. And we all remember, we thought that was the stupidest thing you could ever do. Only Bruce Arians could do something that dumb. Well, afterwards, not exactly right after the game, but a few days later in a press conference this week, Bruce Arians said something interesting. He goes, well, actually, I don't have much to do with the offense. That's Byron. And I don't think Byron gets enough credit. He didn't even get a head coaching interview. Okay.
Yeah, it's a sneaky way of saying something else, but okay.
So now that we are all pissed off about how stupid those play calls were, everybody was up in uproar about it. Now, Bruce Arians is not in control of the offense. Oh, okay.
It wasn't me.
How did that happen all of a sudden? So, but instead of deflecting it, he does it in a form of a compliment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
That works in companies.
So he compliments Byron Leftwich while also blaming him for that shit. How perfect is that, okay? So if that was the truth, then why didn't Arians say these things after Black Monday when all the coaches get fired at the end of the regular season and everyone's interviewing for coaches? Don't you think Byron Leftwich could have used that quite a bit? No. The truth is, whatever's going on between them, Arians was trying to cover his own ass for some reason.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, he probably heard you.
Well, not me, but everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody was pissed.
Hopefully he didn't hear you. You may as well jump off a bridge if you did.
Yeah. All right. Exactly. The first half was fine. Okay. Yeah. It wasn't until those sequence of events. It was like, wow. Okay. The first one, I can get on board with. Okay. You were just trying to put a dagger in them. Okay, I like stuff like that. I like risk. I like people having balls, to do that and to try to put the game away. But that's it. That bit you in the ass. That's it. You cut it off. From now on, it's. Oh, actually, I take that back. I never would have thrown it deep on 3rd and 2, no matter what. Okay, that was dumb. But at least after you've done that, don't do it again. Now it's time to sit on this lead, get first down slow. Just keep running the clock. But no, they do it 3 straight drives.
It's like, let's try it again. No, but I want to insist. This should work.
Why isn't it working?
One more time.
Let's force the ball to Mike Evans. Why?
I got to prove that this works.
You guys ready for this? The scariest thought of all? What if Tom was on board with that? What then? What if it was not just Arians? What if it okay, so let's say that it's Byron. What if Brady was in complete agreement? That is the only thing that is the unknown here. The one factor that is a wild card is, will this happen again? Will they do something like that again? Because you almost lost to the Packers, who should have made you pay for that, okay? It is somewhat of a minor miracle that Aaron Rodgers did not make the Bucs pay for that. But for some reason, Bucs defense, for some reason, Aaron Rodgers overrated, he couldn't make them pay.
Not bad enough, man.
Exactly. He's a bad man.
Ain't that bad. He ain't that bad. Sorry.
Apparently not. But if you're a Brady fan, we are lucky that Rodgers choked his ass off. All right? We're also lucky that Matt LaFleur decided to kick a field goal instead of giving Aaron Rodgers 4 downs. And we'll get to that in a second. But that will not work in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs' offense is much more deadly than the Packers. Clearly, Mahomes does not have the choking DNA that Rodgers has shown, apparently, the last few years, at least. You can't do that shit. No mistakes. There can be no mistakes. I have faith that Tom understands this. Tom has been watching this film of all this stuff. He's going to go over it and over it. He's going to, trust me, Tom is going to look at those 3 interceptions. And whether Tom, this is what I believe, okay? I believe that Tom is going to look at those picks. He's going to say, that is not going to happen this time. If we know that it was stupid, don't you think the greatest quarterback of all time knows that it was stupid?
Dude, even I know it's stupid.
Yeah, and you're a foreigner.
I'm like a foreigner football baby. I don't know what, football fan baby. Like,
so,
really.
All of that to say this.
They'll work on it.
I am more confident now about the Bucs' chances than I was a week ago or after the Packers game, because after that Packers game, I was so in shock, so freaked out. And if you watch that live show, you know exactly how messed up I was.
Yeah.
But after I calmed down, yeah, I was too wild from that, and I thought Tom is. I guess it is we because we're going for Tom, right? He's gonna get killed if this continues. But as the week gone by, I'd watched other games. I watched the Chiefs-Bucs game from this season. And I'd watched the games for the Chiefs, the Buccaneers progression on offense and defense. Yeah. Guys, this Tampa Bay Bucs team is freaking dangerous. Okay? And I know everybody's talking about the Chiefs, and rightfully so. They are the champs. They're defending champs. They deserve it. Good for them. Okay? But they're making it sound, if you hear them talk, they're making it sound like this is a lopsided game. Well, if you look at Las Vegas, I think the spread is only 3 points. That's as close as you want to have a Super Bowl. That's really close. I mean, that's a pick 'em right there, right? So.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Maria. She goes, at Nefertiti, the bad man became a sad man.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, what this Bucs team has been doing the last 7 weeks, guys, is high quality shit. All right.
And that defense.
That defense
is awesome.
They're opportunistic. Yeah. They remind me of the old Patriots defenses where they find the right time to do something crazy, okay? And I believe in Todd Bowles. I think he's a great defensive coordinator. And he's even better at halftime. He seems to make adjustments. He may be not the best game planner going into the game, but once he sees what you're doing, he's very good at altering it. Even Aaron Rodgers had said that. Aaron Rodgers said, yeah, they switched. They went to a different defense towards the fourth quarter, and he goes, yeah, that was smart of them. That worked. Now, see, that was an adjustment that Todd Bowles made, because with those 3 picks, Todd Bowles had to really, really suffocate the Packers and not let them score and hold them to field goals at best. And they even made them punt. So, and the Bucs defense was tired. If those 3 picks don't happen, if they are more methodical on offense, that game is a beatdown. The Packers never get back in it. If they can get a lead like that in the Super Bowl, I don't think that'll happen again. But this Bucs defense is seriously good.
As long as they're not afraid to go for, Patrick Mahomes, because I've watched so many defenses just weird, like they just let him do what he wants, and they're like right there instead of jumping on him. I don't know. It's strange. Like he has something on his forehead that says, "Hey, back off."
Jedi mind trick.
Have you noticed that?
Oh yeah, Jedi mind trick.
What is that? I hope they're not afraid to touch him. It's not made out of glass,
Well, one thing I saw about this Bucs team, these guys have. Okay, I know it's weird coming from someone like me, and I apologize in advance, but they have what they could say swagger, okay? They're a defense that they want to hit you. They want to. They will try to make something happen. I think that they will try to level Tyreek Hill. I think they'll try to knock him on his ass. Because if they don't, if they let that guy run around, it's going to be a long day. A very long day.
That guy's like a torpedo.
Yeah, but Brady's offense can keep up. There is absolutely no reason why Brady's offense cannot keep up. I think the number one thing that people are overlooking here, And I'm really surprised that more people haven't noticed. And I brought this up when he was hired because I thought he was hired for one reason in the AFC. Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. Why was this guy brought in? He was brought in after the AFC Championship game, after we beat them in 2018. They fired the defensive coordinator. They brought in Steve the next year. Steve was brought in for one reason, to stop Tom Brady. But that was Tom Brady on the Patriots that they were trying to stop. Why Steve? Steve is the guy who stopped Tom Brady on the Giants. So he's the one guy. Him and Wade Phillips are the guys who really have given Tom Brady the biggest problem. So Spagnuolo was brought in to stop Tom Brady in the AFC. Little did they know that they were going to be meeting Tom Brady coming from the NFC.
You put him down here, he pops up the other
Yeah, exactly.
side.
So can't get rid of this guy.
Can't get rid of him.
But I would look now. The difference though with Steve coaching for the Chiefs than he was with the Giants is that his Giants team was better. The personnel was better. Players were better. It was a better quality group overall. But he's still dangerous. He's still a great defensive coordinator for Brady, against Brady. That's his thing. His style is bad for Tom. There's your matchup right there. That's what to look for. We saw what Wade Phillips did against Tom in the AFC Championship games. Then we saw what Wade Phillips did to Tom in the Super Bowl when he was the defensive coordinator for the Rams. And it's similar. Spagnuolo, it was brought for one reason, to stop one man only, and that was it. Tom Brady. That's a matchup that we need to really look at. But if there's anybody who wants to really shove it up Steve's ass, it's Brady. Don't think that he's not thinking about getting revenge for that. He's going to want to win this badly. And I think that Bucs team wants to win badly for him. And I also think that there's a part of the Chiefs players that think they've already got it. I think they're arrogant.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're cocky. And I understand confidence. That's one thing. I don't mind confidence. But I think that there's a difference. I think they believe that they've already got this one. And they don't want to make the mistake that the Patriots made in 2007, which was thinking that they had it done. And the Giants were like, well, okay, we're just going to play with house money here, and we're going to give you everything we have. And I think the Chiefs might end up falling for that in this case. The Chiefs have not been that impressive as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I think their best team was, funnily enough, 2018. I actually think that they were just playing better. They were playing great football at that time. But
last year, no?
Last year was good. They were good, but I still think they were tad better on offense in 2018. I still don't know how the 49ers lost the Super Bowl last year, guys.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. How the hell do you lose up 20-10 with that 49ers defense? You're playing so good the whole game. How do you lose that game? Well, the first way you lose that game is that on a third down, Jimmy Garoppolo gets a helmet-to-helmet smashed into his face. They don't call it. Clearly, it rang Jimmy's bell. Okay, may have even gave him a slight concussion. Who knows? But Jimmy wasn't the same anymore. Like, he was completely out of it. So that has to happen.
Yep.
And then you have to totally just melt down after that. But up until that point, they were being dominated by the 49ers. And
so weird.
If you put Tom Brady on the 49ers in the Super Bowl last year, that game gets closed out. Okay? Now, I'm not trying to shit on Jimmy Garoppolo, okay? Again, he took that helmet-to-helmet hit, all right? But, and I can understand that. But you put Tom Brady on that team, they close that out. now you do have Tom Brady. And you have an opportunistic defense. You have a great defense. Tom's got weapons. There's no shortage there. You got Mike Evans. You got Chris Godwin. Antonio Brown is going to be back. You've got Gronk still there. Gronk is still a threat. Gronk is still a threat for that one or two big play when you need it. Unexpected. Fourth quarter, you need a big first down. You need something going for you. That's when Gronk comes in and gives it to you. And let's not underestimate his blocking abilities to give Tom time to get to people down the field. Cameron Bray is actually a pretty good tight end too. But Scotty Miller, I like Scotty Miller a lot. And there's that rookie Johnson as well. But let's also not forget, Eric Fisher is out, guys. And that is Mahomes, one of his, well, I guess you could say, one of his best offensive linemen. He's being replaced. So I think Jason Pierre-Paul and those boys could take advantage of that, don't you? I don't know what the score is yet, okay? But maybe we should save that for the official Super Bowl live show the night before. Let me think about it. But I believe, I do believe the Bucs should win this game. And I think that there's never been a Super Bowl that Tom wants to win as badly as this one, other than probably 07. Maybe even 2014. Because he hadn't won in 10 years and people are saying, you know, they can't get back and all that crap. But Tom wants to win this, and I believe in his ability to get everybody mentally ready, to cover up mistakes, to make sure that everyone is on the right track and on the right page. At the same time, I don't feel that Kansas City is playing their best football right now. And I think Tampa Bay is. Guys, they've won 3 straight games on the road. Doesn't this eerily feel like those New York Giants teams, but better? Because they've got a better quarterback. They've got a better offense. There's something here. So. Oh, Jared, yeah. Dude, Mahomes is totally capable of just running away with this. That's always a factor. But this Tampa team has impressed me quite a bit. And again, let's say that they don't do what they did against Green Bay. Let's say that they don't decide to do those stupid things, to keep throwing deep on third down 3 drives in a row. That game would have been put away. That game would have been a beatdown. And now everyone would be talking differently. But even with all that, Las Vegas, they have the best analysis guys in the world, because we're talking money. They want to get the balance correct, right? And they don't believe that this game is a runaway for anyone. So, and that's pretty interesting considering that the Chiefs are number 1 seed, got a bye, and they're playing the 5th seed, who had to play 3 straight road games, but yet they think it's a 3-point game. Think about that. That's pretty freaking crazy, right? No 5th seed who had to play 3 straight road games should be that close to a number 1 seed. It just should not be that way. But it is. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Jared, this could be a crazy game. It could be, like you're saying, it could be the highest scoring Super Bowl in NFL history. Or watch something stupid happen. Why? Watch this be? I mean, it would be funny. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it would be funny if they gave us a Super Bowl 53. Because remember what they were saying about the Rams? Oh, this Rams is high flying offense, and the Rams offense is so great and stuff. And everyone assumed, okay, look what the Patriots were doing. They destroyed the Chargers. They beat the Chiefs in their own house, putting up points. This is going to be a high-scoring Super Bowl. What did we get? A 13-3 game. Wouldn't that be the funniest crap ever? Kenneth Flagler Jr., welcome, man. He says he doesn't think it's going to be a high-scoring game. It's going to be 20-24 type of game. That'd be interesting, too. So, Jalen, the 3 points that favor the Chiefs because it's in the Bucs' home stadium. Usually, but to be honest with you, I don't know how big of a factor that they factored in the home stadium situation in general for this year, but especially the Super Bowl. I'm not sure that it really matters for them because it's in that stadium. I'm not sure it matters that much for them. Now, in my opinion, home and away still matters. I know the crowd's not been there, but that's not the only thing that matters. You've got a situation where NFL players are creatures of habit. Everything is about rhythm and timing, and they get on a roll with things. The Bucs are home this entire time. The Bucs are in their normal rhythm, the normal swing of things that they do. And the Chiefs are the ones on the road. The Chiefs are the ones going through the bullshit COVID protocols in the hotel rooms and all that junk, okay? So it's a little more annoying for the Chiefs. Now, one could argue that maybe it's better for the Chiefs because they're less distracted. No, you can't say that either because all these players go and take their families with them. So it's really kind of a wash. But so, yeah, 3 points, I think that'll work. I just think it's very close. And guys, this is going to be awesome. Now, well, I'm going to admit I will be a nervous ass wreck, okay? I want this for Tom so bad. So freaking bad. Do you understand what this would mean? A 7th Super Bowl on a different team. Now, I wish it was with the Patriots, but it's not, so we have to mention this. It's on a different team. First year with a new team. 43 years old. 43 years old against, many people consider the best player in the NFL. And against a defensive coordinator that has had his number in the past. To take out the Chiefs in their perfect prime. I mean, everybody is right there in the sweet spot. Travis Kelce, Kareem Hunt, Andy Reid's coaching scheme. The NFL, the rules of the NFL right now are perfect for Andy Reid's style. Everything has just come together perfectly for that group. And that's how it works. That's how you get things done like that. But to take them out like that would be monumental. I mean, no one would ever be able to come close to that. And let's not forget, Tom has already outperformed expectations. He's playing in the Super Bowl with no preseason, completely new system, completely new everything. A bullshit training camp that can't even be called training camp. Most of it was done on Skype. And he still ended up there. So no matter what, Tom is walking away with an NFC championship ring. No matter what happens. He could have the worst game of his life. It doesn't matter. He still did this. He still got there. That's already done. It can't be taken away. So now it's just gravy. You know who doesn't want to lose? Mahomes. Mahomes is expected to win this. Everybody thinks that the Chiefs are going to win this. At least the pundits do. I don't know if they really believe that or if that's what they're wanting. I mean, I don't know what the difference is. But I legitimately am picking the Bucs because I legitimately believe that they can win this. But I don't see why Brady would feel any pressure. You always feel pressure, but more than Mahomes. It's always worse for the people that are expected to win. That's the problem with that. And that was the trouble with 07, is that the Patriots had to be perfect. The Giants could take risk. They could, bring the heat on plays whenever they wanted to. They could take that risk because they're just playing. They're just out there. And nobody really expects anything of them. And that's kind of how I see the Chiefs right now, is that they're the people who everyone expects this perfect game out of. And if they are anything like they were last year's Super Bowl, they're done. It's over. If they are in any form like last year, they're finished. So, all due respect to Jimmy G, that's not Jimmy G over there on the other side. That's Tom fucking Brady. So, everybody looks like a dynasty until they run into Tom Brady or the Patriots. Oh, Kenneth, this will definitely be the highest rated Super Bowl. Absolutely. Yeah, Danny. Exactly. Well said, Danny. Tom's pressure comes from himself. Exactly. Nobody has higher expectations for Tom Brady than Tom Brady. So. Oh, Devin White's awesome. They got so many good players. Just put it all together. Too bad Todd Bowles can't be the head coach. Again, there goes my disdain for Bruce Arians. But I'll tell you what, they win the Super Bowl, I will back off Bruce. Okay? So. But if they lose this because of something like that, something stupid like that happened in Green Bay, wow. Jake asked, how did Mahomes win the MVP of the Super Bowl last year with a passer rating in the 70s? Popularity contest. And they allow voting pretty early. I remember discussing this after the Super Bowl, and I don't think there was a clear Super Bowl MVP, to be honest with you. So they just went with Mahomes. It's very similar to Peyton Manning in 2006. They just kind of gave it to him. So. Where's Watson going? Okay. See it twice. Actually, that's Bruce Arians right there. That's Bruce Arians on the ground with 2 spears in his back. I did that. I know he lost a little weight, but yeah. Deshaun Watson. I think Houston needs to tell him to shut up and play. That's really Houston's only play here. That's you cannot let your franchise quarterback just talk his way out. You can't do that. It also sets a bad precedent for the league, and that could become a problem. So, but you asked the question, where do I think he'd go? I'm assuming if you mean if he didn't stay in Houston. Well, it's a complicated question because, okay, first you need a team that will have the draft picks in order to give up to get him. Houston's going to want everything. Okay, they're going to want an ungodly amount of picks. They may even want players with that. So what team can give those things up? That team also needs cap room to cover his contract that he signed last year. The team would also have to be a team that Deshaun Watson wants to go to because he has a no trade clause in his contract. So he literally gets to pick wherever he wants to go if he's being traded. Then, if Deshaun Watson wants a better situation, because I know one of the reasons he's pissed off is because they traded DeAndre Hopkins. So you'd have to assume that he's wanting a team with weapons like that. Does that team have that? Then you have to find, well, if we look at the teams that need quarterbacks or looking for a quarterback or willing to move their quarterback to get him, that narrows, that's the original question actually, but that narrows the gap already. So it's not 32 teams to choose from, 31 teams to choose from. It's a very small amount. And then they have to hit all that criteria, you know? And then, even within, I know that he said something about the Texans not being more social justice aware or something along those lines. So does that team that they're trading with, do they engage with that more? Or is the ownership more like a good old boy club kind of thing? If that matters to him, if it really does, then that's a factor. There's just so many things involved. But if I was forced to pick a team, I think he goes to the New York Jets. And that disgusts me on so many levels. I can't explain how bad that disgusts me. You guys know very well how bad that disgusts me. So. You back?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, that's the most likely spot. And because of that, the Jets will suddenly become better. And that will suck. Because I think it's funny that they suck. I enjoy that they suck. But if I had to pick a team, that's where I would say that's the best, not the best choice, but that's the highest probability. They meet all those things, I think. And maybe Deshaun Watson wants to play in New York. Well, it's actually New Jersey, but, whatever. I just don't. How bad does the Houston organization have to be for him to think that the Jets or a team like that would be a good fit for him? So that's the question, isn't it? But I think the Texans. If I was Nick Caserio, I would not trade Deshaun Watson. I'd say you either play or you sit out, fine, whatever you want to do. But I don't trade him. What I try to do is make some moves and get him some good players. Now remember, it was Bill O'Brien who screwed over Watson, not the Texans. Bill O'Brien was general manager and head coach. He did all that. He made those moves. It's Bill O'Brien that screwed that got rid of your buddy, that sent away Hopkins. Let this new group, let's see what they can do, you know? Give them a year. Give them 1 year to see what they can come up with. Maybe they do some great stuff. So.
Seems like a lot of teams will be kind of restructuring and, kind of a new era in a way.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Tiffany's right, though. Tiffany's right. He says, oh, wait, if he has a no-trade clause, he needs to shut up. No one told him to sign it. Yeah, so he signed the contract with Houston. He signed it last year. He said, okay, you're going to give me this money. I'm going to sign this big deal, this big contract, and I'm going to be your leader. I'm going to be your guy, hopefully for the rest of my career, at least for the next 5 years or however long the contract was. He accepted that money because he didn't want to, well, you don't want to risk getting injured. And then maybe that contract's not there. So he made the decision to be Houston's guy. That's a commitment that you made. And so I believe that you should honor your commitment. I also believe that you need some kind of accomplishments in order to make the demands like this. Do you understand if they trade Watson just because he's a little pissed off? Do you understand what that's going to, the kind of precedent it's going to set for the future? I mean, it's just going to get out of hand, and this thing could completely blow up. I don't know. Danny asked, have I ever considered writing a book? That's interesting.
Yeah. So.
Anything specific in mind? Okay, so Tyler Belcher says no fifth seed has been that close on the bet line. Wow. I mean, I knew it was bizarre for a fifth seed to be so close to a one seed like that. It just doesn't seem like it's happened very often. But yeah, I had no idea it was the number one. So. One of the reasons why I mentioned the Jets is because, are you guys ready for this? He said he wanted to go to the Jets. So we have to at least, because he's got the no trade clause, which means that he's got to waive it. So he will only waive it if it's a team he wants to go to. So he's in control. And he said he wants to play for the Jets. And if not the Jets, Miami. But although I don't believe in Tua, I don't see why Miami would suddenly do that. Like, it seems like they believe in him. They just got him. They just drafted him. You've got him for nothing. He costs nothing. And he costs nothing for the next 4 years. I don't know. That's an intriguing one. So then it would be about Miami, what they think they can get for Tua. So. But I guess it's possible. But I think he said that Miami was his second. So. Yeah, Tiffany, I don't know why he said the Jets. I do. Yeah, I do. He really likes the new head coach of the Jets, the guy who came from 49ers. Can't remember his name, but right off the top of my head. I just don't understand how the Texans can be this bad. I mean, I understand Bill O'Brien was bad, but he's gone. And I think I heard that something about not being consulted with the hiring of the general manager or head coach or both pissed him off. So this is also personal. It must be with ownership. So now, he's got one thing going for him. He's got a point. Their new head coach sucks. You guys remember when the Kansas City Chiefs went that whole year without a wide receiver scoring a touchdown? Yeah. The dude that Houston just hired was the coordinator for that. Just to let you know. That's who they're putting there. So, nice. Yeah, I heard Baker Mayfield got a little pissy because a Browns fan or some Browns fans mentioned that they wanted Watson instead, and he got mad about that. So I found it bizarre that he wanted to go to New York, but again, you got to remember, it's got to be a team that fits all of that criteria. Can they make all those things happen? So there's so many things involved. I mean, my God, guys, even Aaron Rodgers, as selfish as he is, as big of a douche as he can be, fulfilled his contract, you know? Yeah. And I don't know. The long-term effects of this could be really bad. Unless Houston gets a truckload for him and they become good, and then wherever Watson goes is bad, and they're continue to be bad, then it would kind of be a cautionary tale for quarterbacks. So, but I don't know if that's even going to happen because Watson's a good quarterback and he's going to improve a team immediately. I think he's a bit overrated as far as people put him like in the top 3, top 4, whatever. I just don't think that. But he's definitely up there, and he will instantly make your team better. So even if you put him on the Jets, the Jets are now better, like immediately. And I don't put him in Miami, you know, yeah, but you know what's really fascinating is the situation with the Rams. They don't seem to be too happy with Jared Goff. Okay. But that would be mind-blowing, wouldn't it? They trade those two. Yeah. Houston would still ask for more, though. But these contracts these guys signed, man, especially Goff. Goff and Wentz and it's too much money. It's just too much money. Don't market value. Oh, it's the market. That's what the market says. I don't give a shit.
That's what they go for.
Jared Goff is not worth $35 million. Carson Wentz was never worth that. None of these guys were worth that. I'm not paying them. I would have let them go. I would have let them walk before I gave them that kind of money. That was so stupid on all of these teams. So stupid. there are only 5 or 6 dudes in the whole NFL that you would give that kind of money to. And even then, you wouldn't want to. Like you would, but you wouldn't want to. You would want the quarterback to kind of work it out with you so you could build around them. But you do not give it that kind of money to guys like Goff and Wentz. It's stupid. What are they doing? I'd rather take my chances in the draft, okay, or take that money and try to get a good free agent before I'd get that kind of commitment. You know, if they were to cut Jared Goff, if the Rams were to cut Jared Goff, I think his dead cap hit is somewhere close to $70 million. That's ridiculous. It's so stupid. And they still owe him money anyway. But whatever.
So about the book that you're gonna write, Danny was saying that you should write a book about. See, I can't find it, but he said something to the effect of, Brady, Patriots, but Brady mainly because there's no one who knows more about the Patriots than Brady, about Brady than you. It's probably true. Did you see that?
Cool. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, here.
Jalen, Jalen says he should go to the 49ers. Yeah, so he can veto a trade so he can determine where he goes.
Yeah.
I believe that's been mentioned. It's a possibility. Danny. Okay, so Danny says they're turning the NFL and the NBA. Here, guys, that cannot be overstated.
Yeah.
What the NFL had over the NBA, okay, was the NFL marketed the game. Okay, it was the product they put on the field. That is what mattered. That is what people looked at. People watched football games, no matter what. The built-in fan base, the love for your team, and the love for the game itself. The superstars are there, and they naturally will be there. But they weren't the whole thing. They weren't everything. The NBA is like that. The NBA is all player, okay? All player focused. And that's why not the only reason, but one of the reasons why NFL has been able to just get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's because the product is always there. So players come and go, but the product stays the same. The NFL is starting to act a little like the NBA. Yeah, that's not a good idea. And they're starting to let their players control everything, like the NBA. And now we're going to get these things where guys are like, they get a little pissy, one about something, and then they suddenly want to I want to go there, I want to go there, okay, come on, really? It's just, let's not do that. What the hell are y'all talking about now? Yeah, that Jared Goff, contract is just insane. Yeah. All right, I'm just catching up with what you guys wrote here. Mahomes' contract is interesting. Hey, we have a Legionnaire. Let me put on my headphones.
What is
You'll
up,
need your
Mr.
headphones
Von
if you
Allen?
want to hear it, Jared. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. Okay.
What's that? Oh, he's gone now. We lost him already. Nice jersey. Oh,
How's
yeah.
this?
I might want to turn on my headphones. Okay. Can you hear me, Jared? Hello. Gerald.
Try call back.
All right. Oh, God, that sounded a little French, didn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Please forgive me. Hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, great
so
show.
I must have said something to trigger you. So
Yeah, you said I need my headphones.
no. To make you call into the show, I must have said something.
Okay, yeah, I didn't have my headphones on, so you said get your headphones, so I ran to go get my headphones.
Oh, I was talking to Milena.
Okay, well, misunderstanding on my part.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, you didn't say anything to trigger me. Just I need to get my headphones.
Okay. So what's
So
up?
am I coming in robotic?
No, everything's clear actually for once.
Okay, that's fantastic. So the basement that the Texans should be asking for a trade with Ben Watson with Watson is the Herschel Walker trade.
Oh yeah. So make something happen. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what you get to into the door. Beyond that is what we'll be considering.
I just, who's going to do that and who can do that? And then not give up so much that Watson's not in a shitty situation. You see what I mean? It's complicated. It's very complicated.
Well, the first question is, and I think you alluded to this earlier, does Nick Caserio want him as the quarterback?
From what I read, they said they have no intention on trading him, but we never know what that could be. Just shit talk, you know?
Right,
Yeah.
and that could just be driving the price up.
Yeah.
So, but if Caserio wants him to be the quarterback, because obviously the Texans have been trying to get Nick Caserio in the door for 3 years now.
Yeah, and Belichick kept stopping it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a relationship there, but I'm assuming that Watson is the quarterback he wants since he's been wanting to come to the Texans.
Yeah.
But aside from that, and I know you talked about the New York Jets and somebody else mentioned the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
But the team that meets his criteria the most is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have a quarterback that has been their guy for 2 decades now.
All right. No. Fuck. No. Okay. That would be weird. But Ben Roethlisberger is already trying to come back, and he already mentioned that he's going to possibly take a pay cut in order to come back, I guess. In fact, I think you sent me that. Are you the one that posted
Yeah?
that in the
Okay.
the Legion chat? Someone did.
Okay. I
Oh,
don't think so, but could be.
all right, whatever. Well, take credit for
But-
it anyway.
Okay. I will absolutely am the one that sent it to you. No question.
All right, cool.
But Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers front office are going to have the pleasure of watching two of their top players play in the Super Bowl without them this year.
Is that not awesome? So, fucking Steelers. Okay. So Le'Veon Bell is on the Chiefs. Antonio Brown on the Bucs, and they've got to watch one of those dudes hold up a Lombardi trophy. That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt. I mean, if you're a Steelers
It's got
fan,
to.
you got to be furious. That's got to hurt. I mean, if you're a Steelers fan.
Sorry. Yeah, that's got to be the most painful experience in the world, knowing that your two top guys are doing what your organization is not.
Man, as a Steelers fan, you've got to be losing it right now. Especially because it's not just that. It's that your team, for the first 10 weeks, was winning every game. And now they're just shit. And they just got taken down and so easily. They got dismissed so easily. That was brutal against Cleveland. That was awful. That's one of the worst damn performances in a playoff game I've ever seen. And now, on top of that, they've got to watch either Bell or Brown hold up Lombardi. Yeah. So, I
hope Addy.
think it's kind of funny. So,
I hope Addy thoroughly enjoyed that thrashing the Browns gave the Steelers, because that was a long time coming for Browns fans.
I was happy for them. Even though I had picked the Steelers to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. But keep in mind, okay, I just want to defend myself. I made that pick in May when the schedule came out. And everybody said that Ben Roethlisberger was done. But I said they went 8-8 last year with shit at quarterback. I said, if you bring back Ben, he's going to want to play well. He's going to want to win. Like, he's motivated. And that defense is going to be even better. And for a while, it looked like I was right. Okay? For a while. So, this was before preseason and all that. That we thought we were going to get a preseason. And I had picked the 49ers to represent the NFC. Nobody could have predicted the amount of injuries that they've taken, okay?
Right.
I think we all agree, if the 49ers never had any injury problems this year, and they're the same team from last year, they would have went far. I don't know for sure. I mean, we can never know, but
Sure.
they would have been good. It's not like they would have sucked. So
Right.
I thought that was a pretty damn good pick, you know? So
Now bringing up the 49ers, Nick Caserio was part of the team that drafted Jimmy G to come to the. How attractive would Jimmy G be to the Texans if they were looking to trade Watson?
that's a scary fucking team, Jared.
Yeah.
The 49ers with Watson?
Mm-hmm.
Not giving up any of their other players, so obviously nothing
Well,
crazy like giving up Kittle or something. I mean, you're not doing that.
Right. Well, maybe
But-
they would still need a lot for that trade to work. But
Right.
if you're Caserio, you don't want to give up Watson without getting a quarterback that you can count on.
Right.
And when you look at the league, Aaron Rodgers, maybe, like, what team are you going to be looking at that is an organization willing to give up a quarterback that you can trust to be the head of the franchise?
See It Twice just said there is no way that the Steelers can afford anyone. Big Ben's cap hit is $41 million.
Wow.
So that might not work. Unless they traded for a big bid. But, yeah. That's probably not going to happen. Now, the Steelers' best bet is to get Ben back for another year and him renegotiate his deal. I think that is the best bet. And by the way, I just want to say it right now, I don't believe that Drew Brees should retire. Okay? Not right now. Not yet. Maybe in a few months, but I think he needs to find out. Okay? I think he needs to heal up, get a new workout, whatever, find some guru, whatever the hell. Go to TB12. I don't care what you do. Just do something. See how you feel. But if you feel like you started the way you felt in the beginning of 2020, I think he should return. But he should completely change his contract because they are in salary cap hell right now. The Saints are absolutely destroyed right now. It's insane what their position was.
And that's a good point from an analytics standpoint. But from a Brady standpoint, I love the fact that the Saints are totally screwed over with the salary cap.
It's hilarious.
It's awesome.
If you're a Brady fan.
Right.
That division now is done. This couldn't have been better for Brady. In his second year it's not competitive unless Christian McCaffrey stays healthy next year, and so. But
even so, if Christian McCaffrey stays healthy, he's not enough to carry a whole team to a division title. I don't think.
Well, Bridgewater's pretty good. It's but
okay.
They need some help. But the Falcons, they're out. They're probably going to move Matt Ryan because the owner announced Matt Ryan and Julio Jones is tradable. You don't say that and then say, "Oh, I want to keep you." No, once you say that, it's done. Okay.
For sale.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Once Matt and Julio found out that they're no longer that important, it's a done deal. So the only reason they're not, if they're still on the Falcons, it's only because they couldn't get a deal done. But the Falcons are going to be trash next year because they're not going to have a quarterback and they're not going to have Julio Jones. I know they got Calvin Ridley and I think they still got Gabriel, or they have him under contract. So
no, well, Calvin Ridley is a great receiver, but he's a number 2.
Right.
Being opposite of Julio Jones makes you a better receiver.
Yeah, they're done. So they're done for a while. I mean, even if they draft well and stuff, it's going to be years. Brady's going to be out of the league probably by the time they start to be good. So that's finished. Right. The Saints, we're about to see just how good of a head coach Sean Payton is. We're about to find out, okay? Because he ain't got Drew Brees anymore. He ain't got a first ballot Hall of Famer taking the snaps anymore.
No,
so
but he does have a member of the 30-30 club.
You want to eat a W? You want to eat a W? God, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. He's got the GOAT. The GOAT of interceptions. I think we can all agree. I mean, so stupid. Do you know? Oh, yeah. I just see it twice. Yeah, you're right. But so what people need to understand about the salary cap, guys, is if you cut a player or let a player leave, you're going to have a dead cap hit, okay? And if that dead cap is so high that it didn't even make it worth it, because now you lost the player, but your cap hit is still there, and you're getting nothing out of it. So that's a terrible situation. So you've got to make. So if you are trying to move a guy who has a huge dead cap hit, you need to trade it. That's really the only way to get out of it. And
Right.
so Pittsburgh wants Ben gone and not have that problem. They need to trade him, basically. So, hey, I've seen weirder things happen, I guess.
That's true, but who wants Big Ben at this stage of his career with that cap hit that they have to take for bringing in his contract?
It'll be interesting, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's so much shit quarterback play out there. So much bad quarterback play. If I'm a team that desperately needs a quarterback, and I feel that I need a veteran guy like that, and there's not a lot available to me, I might do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would take Ben. So
Sure. But you also have Matt Ryan, Matthew Stafford, potentially Aaron Rodgers, and now Deshaun Watson out there.
Yeah.
So I just see the Steelers stuck with Big Ben is what I'm getting at.
And it's not that bad, you know.
No.
So
Mm-hmm.
people are making it some people are kind of making it sound like, oh, they're screwed. They still have Big Ben. He's not Ryan Fitzpatrick, okay?
No.
This is a good quarterback. This is still a good quarterback, and
he's never been the quarterback that won the championship for you. The years that they won the championship, they won it with great defenses and role players that made him a better player.
Mm-hmm. And
that's the formula.
He made the play. He made the play that he needed to. In 2005, he was complete garbage. I think that's the worst Super Bowl performance in NFL history, if I'm not mistaken. Either his or Peyton Manning in 2015 is the worst. Yeah, it's either Ben in 05 or Peyton. Peyton might have surpassed him in 2015, not sure. But in 2008 against the Cardinals, he did have the game-winning drive. He did have the play to Santonio Holmes. So, that's to his credit. Mm. But like you said, he was never the driving force of the team.
Right.
He was never that guy. But he does seem to be able to sometimes pull things out of his ass, like big moments and stuff. Not so much lately, but
they had the formula for success in place there.
Right.
Mika Fitzpatrick is the star of that team.
Oh, definitely.
You've got T.J. Watt, and you've got enough on defense to be able to pull you through on a championship run. You just need a quarterback with the experience to not make a big mistake in the big time.
Right. I agree. Now, we need to get Matt Ryan on the Patriots.
He is such a natural fit.
It's perfect.
The guy played college ball just a few miles away.
Yep. BC.
He was a fan favorite there. Boston College did better under him than they had in decades, and haven't had as good a season since then. As a Patriot fan, the one way to kind of, and I can't say this without being a little bit tongue-in-cheek because it's Tom Brady, but losing Tom Brady, Matt Ryan makes you feel like, okay, there's somebody at the helm that can weather the storm now.
Yeah, exactly. And
he plays his style.
Yeah,
right?
for me, people are like, oh, this guy's available, this guy's available. It's about fit.
Yeah.
Right.
All right? And that's what you want a good quarterback, okay? But of the good quarterbacks that are available, he is the fit. He is the right one. And
he wants a championship.
He wants a ring. He'll do what he's supposed to. He's a great leader. He's smart. You guys saw tonight on the quarterback formula. He had a 4-12 record, but still was high in almost every metric.
Right.
That's ridiculous. He was getting losing team points on almost every yard and every touchdown he threw, but still was up there with guys with great records. That's why I want Matt Ryan. You put him on a team that's disciplined. Right. Give him one guy. Just give him one guy, and he can make something happen for us. I know it. I believe in it. You know? So that's who I want.
And
if
he's
I can't
coachable.
Get him, he's coachable. Yeah, if I can't get him, then I'll take Stafford. But I think Stafford Matt Ryan just seems to never get injured. For whatever reason, he's always available. He's always on the field. He's always there. Mm-hmm. He's one of those type of dudes. Of course, you can't crazy things happen, but
right.
It's just Matt Ryan is like Eli and Peyton and Tom, and they just seem to be able to withstand hits and take things, and they get back up, and that's how it works for them. So Matt, he could give us 3 solid years, at least 3 solid years.
And yeah, if you can get 3 solid years out of somebody, then you can draft somebody and start getting them ready to be the guy.
And that'll be perfect for Belichick, what he's got left. Bill wants to beat the asshat Don Shula, and then he's done. He's going to hang it up. So
and if Belichick can get a ring without Brady, that shuts up the dumbass argument going on right now. You know, Brady and Belichick can both have a ring without each other. And you can call each of them the GOATs at what they do.
You know what it would be perfect? If Brady got a ring now, Belichick got one next year. That would literally mean that the evil empire has now infected the entire league. It has infected the AFC and the NFC, and it will never die. It will never die. And everybody can just kiss our ass. Yeah. Lord Varsh, £5 super chat. I love it when the Brits send money because the pound is so cool. Will Bill be aggressive in free agency with all this cap space he has? Will he go out early or wait for things to settle first before he makes moves? I think he's going to be as aggressive as a mofo. He knows it now. He knows it now. He wants to win. He's got to win. It's time. He wants to go out with another ring, and he's going to make it happen now. There's no more of this, moving towards the future and building for the future and grooming a new quarterback and all this crap. Unless it's somebody awesome, like a great prospect, he's not getting that. So, yeah, he's going to go, and he's definitely going to get us some guys, I think. So, it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. In fact, guys, there's a very good chance that next year's Super Bowl could be the Patriots versus Bucs. That's actually possible. If New England gets a quarterback, if they get a good quarterback, that is actually a possibility. That's what's crazy. The Bucs should be better next year than they are this year. So.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree with the Bucs being better. But going back to your point earlier that you've made before the show, the number one thing that would make the Bucs better next year is if they win the Super Bowl, and because they win, you know where I'm going with this.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Bruce Arians retires. Yeah, Bruce Arians retires. Yes. Now, since I have you laughing, I have the craziest prediction ever.
Okay.
Of course, this is tongue in cheek, but ready. If Bruce Arians retires, then to continue what they've done, the Buccaneers need a head coach who is focused on the defense. Who knows?
I would take it. I know who you're going to say. I will take it. I'll let you finish.
They're also they're probably going to need a wide receivers coach too.
Oh God.
So what they need to do.
I know where you're going. Yeah. Okay.
What they need to do.
I'm going to tell Milena, but not the public, to see if I get it right. Okay. So I'm going to mute it.
Okay. So while Aaron's on there, there's a reason why I'm going with this. Tom Brady is the best offensive coordinator in the NFL, and they don't need anybody offensive minded to focus on the offense. Let Tom Brady focus on the offense. Now, the receivers coach is kind of a tongue in cheek because it's a specific part of why
right.
I'm trying to make
I
it
told
funny.
Milena who I think you're going to pick on both of them. Okay,
Yeah.
she wrote them down just to see if I got them right. So you go ahead.
I can actually type it.
Yeah. So the first part is you need a head coach who is focused on the defense, who understands Tom Brady because he's coached against him before, because you got to understand and respect the brilliance of Tom Brady and let him run the offense. So the best coach for that is Rex Ryan.
Yes.
One. I got one right.
Yeah, I got one right.
And if you're going to bring in Rex Ryan, because Rex Ryan loves a circus. He loves the media attention. He loves the spotlight. But he also loves to joke around. And the best player that he ever coached against that understood him, but Belichick didn't really let him be as funny and goofy as he could, but Rex Ryan would. He would be the best wide receivers coach for the Buccaneers. Yeah. Wes Welker.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what he wrote here. I had typed it, so I just dropped it.
Just to let you guys know how funny that is. It's because Wes Welker got suspended for the first quarter for making those foot jokes about Rex Ryan. And it's a collection of people on the Bucs who's trying to stick it to Bill Belichick.
Yes, exactly. And can you imagine, like, all the bus trips, all the plane rides where Rex Ryan and Wes Welker would be playing footsie with each other?
That would be
I
hilarious.
love it. That would be funny.
Hey, we have Super Chat.
Okay, so how about this? What if the general manager is Bill Parcells? Bill Belichick would literally go, "What the fuck is happening? Like, what is this, a conspiracy? Like, I mean, what the hell?"
I mean, after 2020, nothing surprises.
And then the defensive coordinator is
right.
Eric Mangini.
Yeah, and or a consultant, and then had to bring in Richard Seymour in some capacity.
2 Super Chats.
Oh, we have a Super Chat.
2 from Tyree.
Tyree?
Yes.
Tyree Vaughn. Tyree says $30, dude. Thank you.
Let's go.
Let's go. Damn. You don't want me to say anything or nothing? I mean,
I think his logo says it all.
His Lego says Lego.
His
logos. Wait, did he send a second one? He sent 2.
Yes, he did.
You sent another 20. You sent $50 total. Damn, dude. Thank you so much. Wow. There ain't nothing you want me to say?
I think he might be in support of these scenarios that you were just
I don't know what
talking
scenario
about.
he's in support of.
Well, kind
but
of like where the Bucs win
it's
and
funny.
the Patriots win next year.
Bucs versus Patriots.
Yeah. But first, the Bucs win this year.
Like, dude, the press conference alone during the season for the Bucs versus the Patriots would be worth it, because both Rex Ryan and Wes Welker would be talking all kinds of crap, and Tom Brady would be like, "What the hell is this I'm having to go through?"
Crazy.
Oh, Omar said, bring in safeties coach, Lawyer Malloy.
Oh yeah.
Quarterbacks coach, Drew Bledsoe.
Oh.
Boom.
Like they say.
Yeah, exactly. A collection of everybody that hates Belichick.
Yeah. Drew Bledsoe needs to be the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's right, because we didn't actually assign an offensive coordinator yet.
Yeah, and I'm sure Byron Leftwich will get a head coaching gig.
Yeah, that's funny. Tyree, thank you so much, man. He says, "No, I just love this show and excited for the Super Bowl." I'm so excited, man, dude. It's gonna be crazy next weekend. It's gonna be freaking crazy. Hey, Danny, I saw that you said I was smoking. I was smoking something because I said Belichick was in could be in the Super Bowl. Really? You think it's that crazy? I mean,
hasn't he been there before?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I think people are. Listen, I am the most massive Tom Brady fan on the planet. Okay, but I'm also, I don't see why it can't be a Patriots Bucs Super Bowl next year if you gave Belichick a great quarterback that can carry the offense and he can just do the defense the way it was with Tom.
Right.
Why can't they meet? And the AFC is not that.
Well,
I don't know.
I think
if he had Matt Ryan this year, they probably could have fucking went to the championship game. So
for the time being, the AFC goes through Kansas City. We know that.
But you got to get a receiver. You got to get. I'll take that back. You got to get a receiver.
So. Need some weapons.
Yeah.
Sure. Hey, we have another super chat.
Go ahead, Jared.
Sorry.
You've got the defense, and you've got the greatest defensive mind in NFL history as the head coach. If you can get an offense that doesn't make mistakes, then you can go to Kansas City and you can win that game. Because Bill Belichick is a better coach than Andy Reid. That's just a fact. So if you can get a Matt Ryan, who has the experience and has the hunger to win a championship, who is coachable, then that puts the Patriots on a playing field that they haven't been on this year. If you can get him a couple decent receivers, then all of a sudden you're talking about something right there.
Yeah. See, what people need to understand is okay. So Tom Brady by himself with any team is great. Belichick by himself is a great coach. You put them together and you rule the universe. Okay? You rule the freaking universe. We're talking empire. We're talking...
You're talking about a 2-decade dynasty.
Yes. Unheard of. So if you separate that kind of power, they're still going to be powerful, but just not like that. That's a different kind of power. That's a different level. All right? If it's kind of like if you would have kept Montana and if Walsh didn't have a nervous breakdown, okay, and Montana never got injured, how long was that going to go on for? That would have bled into the 90s. Okay? It's just, and that is kind of the thing here. But they did it in two separate times, two separate eras. I mean, early 2000s, and then they did it again in mid to late 2010s. It's just crazy. Yeah.
And how many times did Bill Belichick have to remake the defense? He found all the right players to fit his needs, and the players he found were fantastic because he knew what he needed from defensive players. Bill Belichick is still that same coach. He's still that same GM. And yeah, he's not been great at drafting first round offensive skill players. Okay. If that's the biggest knock on him.
What are you talking about? I hear this all the time about Bill Belichick. He can't draft skill players in the first round. He can't draft. Dude, offensive players. Lawrence Maroney? Sony Michel? Hello? Those aren't great players? Those are future Hall of Famers, man. Come on. He's amazing. He's amazing. Okay, fine.
Yeah. If that's the biggest knock on him, like you're stretching. You're stretching to find reasons not to think he's the greatest head coach of all time. But yeah, everybody
7-9 with shit offense.
Yeah, everybody's talking about. Well, Belichick, Brady won the divorce, and Brady proved that he's the reason for the dynasty. Bullshit. And then they go back to Belichick didn't win in Cleveland. Cleveland sucked. The fact that he got them into the playoffs with Vinny Testaverde. I think it was Vinny Testaverde who was on like Will Pass. And he won a playoff game. But you got to go back further when you're looking at Bill Belichick. This is a point Aaron's made several times. Belichick's defensive playbook is in the Hall of Fame for how he dismantled the Bills' offense in that Super Bowl as the defense coordinator for the Giants in Super Bowl 25. I mean, the Bills destroyed the Raiders in the AFC Championship game. It was embarrassing. Nobody thought the Giants were going to win that Super Bowl.
Exactly. And I want to get back to that part. We have another super chat. Damn, you guys are awesome tonight. Thank you so much. Akash Modi. I think I pronounced that correctly. Or Akash Modi. $14.99 super chat. Akash, you should have just you could have joined. You could be part of the empire.
Yes.
But thank you so much. Is there something that you want to ask or
He did.
Oh,
I think it's
is Akash male or
he.
female?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if it's a he or she,
Okay.
but there was a question a little bit below that. It says my first ever Super Bowl game was Super Bowl 51. Famous one. Huge Brady fan. Need your honest opinion how difficult it will be for Brady.
You sound like Melania Trump.
I don't know. I was hearing. I'm hearing because of the lag. I'm also hearing myself. I'm like,
she sounded just like her. Even the way her cadence and everything was the same.
my accent's getting thicker since we've been here.
My first football game was Super Bowl 51. Famous one. Huge Brady fan. Need your honest opinion? How difficult it will be for Brady. Mother Russia. From Russia with love.
Okay.
Okay. Honest opinion, how difficult it will be for Brady. How difficult? What? You mean this Super Bowl coming up?
Pretty sure that's what he's asking or she's asking.
What the fuck was that?
That was Jared.
Ah, from India. Cool.
Yeah,
love it
thought
when
that
we have,
name sounded like a male name.
Yeah, I like it
Yeah,
when
but- yeah.
we have people from different countries because it's like, how did they even? It's just cool to see them.
Yeah.
Like our sports.
We're like from everywhere.
So, if you're talking about how difficult it's going to be for Tom next week, it's going to be the hardest part is playing Steve Spagnuolo, and I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this earlier, but I had mentioned that guy is the guy from the Giants, and he's the one that was punishing. Justin Tuck and in the first Super Bowl, Justin Tuck, Michael Strahan, Osi Umenyiora, and then in the second one, it was Tuck again, but then you had Jason Pierre-Paul, guys like that, and they were just wrecking Tom. Okay, and that was Steve Spagnuolo, and he's the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, and that's why they brought him in, specifically to beat Tom Brady. But they brought him in to beat the Tom Brady in New England. They never thought they were going to be playing the Tom Brady in the Bucs. Nobody could foreseen that, right? So that is the hardest part for Tom. As long as they can protect him. The offensive line has been playing good. I don't see why they can't protect him. You have Gronk out there. He's a great blocker. He's going to give you extra protection. Don't expect a big passing game from Gronk. He's too important for the line. But that's okay. Tom has got a million weapons out there to go to. So that's the only thing. That is the only thing. The biggest factor is that Steve Spagnuolo's defense and how he dials it up, and if they can get to Tom. If the offensive line can keep Tom and give him time, this game's over. It's won. The Bucs will win. If Tom's got time, the Bucs win. Because I think the defense is that good. The Bucs defense is that good. I don't think this is the Giants again. Okay, I just don't think so. I don't think the Chiefs' defense is the Giants. It's just not the same. So, and when he was dealing with those guys, he had some of the best pass rushers we've seen in the last 20 years. Okay, so, and that's not really a thing now. It's people are afraid to hit the quarterback now. So those crackings that they were giving Tom, knocking him on his ass in 2007, you'd get a flag for that right now. And they were killing Tom back then when they were doing that. So, but that is probably the most overlooked aspect that could be a problem. But if it's not, the Super Bowl is the Bucs. Now, at first, I believed that they were in trouble. That was the way I felt after the Packers game. I've done some film watching, and I feel differently now. My emotions are settled down. I've looked at it better. Tom is not going to throw 3 picks. It's not going to happen. That shit's over. Hopefully.
Yeah, Tom Brady has 2 weeks to get ready. And he can do that at home at Derek Jeter's mansion.
He wants revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Because they lost this year. They lost in the regular season. So.
Yes.
Right. Now go ahead.
Oh, we have a $5 super chat from See It Twice. He says, Mozart's his cat, by the way. Mozart has been asleep for the entire show. He's normally not. Saving his energy for the Super Bowl. Hell yeah. Also, Malcolm Butler would like to retire to coach the secondary against Bill Belichick. There we go. We've got another guy who's pissed off at Bill Belichick. So we could just make an entire team. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, Mozart, he's sleeping, huh? Yeah, we had to put Ramses in the other room because he's crazy.
Have we seen a picture of Mozart?
Yeah, Mozart's been on the show plenty of times. Omar, we have another super chat. Omar, $5 super chat. He says, let's not forget Kevin Mannix's Bucs public relations, duplicitous pawn scum. Well, that's all right. Why don't we make Roger Goodell the team president? Fuck it. I mean, let's just do it. Oh yeah,
Now-
Jake, that's good. Jake says, ironic, it's Jason Pierre-Paul that could help Tom Brady win a Super Bowl.
That's what I was going to ask. He's still on the Bucs team, right?
Oh, dude, yes, very much is he on this. He's still
And he was on that 07 defense, right?
yeah. No, 11.
Yeah. No, he was the 11 defense. Okay, that's what.
11.
Okay.
He wasn't even in the league yet. In 07.
In 07. Okay.
Yeah.
I know he's a firecracker.
Molia Vednaga. Iskam de pravi sex Molia Vednaga. Yeah. Благодаря. Vednaga.
I know Jason Pierre-Paul's a firecracker, so hopefully he can have some bang on the defensive Super Bowl.
Oh, that was cheap. Apparently, you don't need your fingers to sack quarterbacks, I guess. So,
No.
but yeah, Spagnuolo is not as dangerous to Tom as he was back then because you can't hit the quarterback anymore. He had 10 fingers back then, yeah. And look,
I was asking about he who should not be named.
oh God, I actually have no idea. I'm assuming he has because he's a piece of shit, and his only reason he's got a job is because of Tom Brady. That's it. There's no other reason why he's got a job. But I cannot stand him so much that I feel it's insulting to myself to even listen to him. I can't listen to him talk. The sound of his voice, he's so pathetic that I just can't. I can't listen to him. I can't keep up with him.
Yeah, Jeremy Starnes is right. You know, Wade Phillips has been a thorn in Brady's side, but Brady has a ring from against his defense.
Another thing that I've saw that people are making kind of a big deal out of is this touchdown interception ratio thing. Guys, the NFL right now, if the way it's geared, okay, the way that if you even disrupt a receiver, if you don't let him make the catch and then try to take the ball from him, it's pass interference, okay? It is utterly pathetic right now. When you mix that with a good offensive schemer like Andy Reid, for example, and then you put a guy who is a track star who can already burn everybody else, and you got these guys wide open, that is the perfect storm for having a great touchdown interception ratio. And I'm not just pointing out the Chiefs. I just giving you an example. But then you've got like Green Bay. But Aaron has always been conscious about his interceptions. He's he's not really been about risk taking. And in today's NFL, unless you suck, or unless you've got a coordinator who wants to throw it deep constantly, you better not. You like that? I always find a way to take a shot at this asshole. But you better have a good touchdown interception ratio because there's no excuse to not have it. That's the deal now. That's how it works now.
Speaking of the asshole, have you talked about the title that the two head coaches are going for in the Super Bowl?
No, actually, you invented that, so I'm going to let you mention it.
Well, I was fully ready for you to call that, but this is the heaviest weight title game,
and the winner gets a lifetime supply of Big Macs.
Yeah, like has there been two bigger head coaches on the sideline against each other in one Super Bowl like this before? I mean,
no.
I know John Madden has the famous jump in the air after they won the Super Bowl, where he got like 2 inches off the ground. But I don't remember the opposing coach being that big.
Yeah. It's got to be. It's got to be the heaviest weight bowl. The heaviest weight bowl.
Yeah.
So.
The heaviest weight championship of them all.
Yeah. Jeremy says, I believe the best players tend to play offense now. That's true. It's everybody wants to play offense, and why not? You get to get all the glory, all the money, and you don't get touched. You know?
Right.
Back in the old days,
when we were kids,
I would rather be a defensive player. So, yeah, no thanks. I don't want 10 concussions, you know? I'd rather be hitting people. So,
right, yeah, when we were kids, the best players played defense because they wanted to hit people. Now you're not allowed to hit people. So why play defense?
Exactly. There's no point. So, and plus, speed like Kareem Hunt, like Tyreek Hill and guys like that, it wouldn't have mattered back then. Basically, if this was, actually, I don't want to sound like an old timer. Like back in our day, it was tough. I mean, we could buy your baby, you know, that kind of shit. But I'm just being honest. Just 15 years ago, Tyreek Hill would be a fourth stringer. Okay? He'd be a slot receiver that's trying to make the team that no one gives a shit about. All right? He would be put on punt returns.
Yeah, he would be a special teamer. He would be a
That's it.
return.
That's it. Okay? That's who he is.
And a perfect
15 years
example
ago.
of that.
So,
yeah, a perfect example of that. And it's the same team. Is Dante Hall.
Perfect. Yeah. That's a really good example. So, but now, okay, and I want to say one more thing, and it's gonna sound like I'm picking on him. I'm not. Okay, I don't do that. Okay, I give people props. I mean, I'm gonna have to send my first big award. You know how much money that award's gonna cost to make, and I'm probably gonna have to send it to Patrick Mahomes. I'm probably gonna have to send it to Kansas City. Now, if I wanted to be a dick, I could manipulate the formula, and nobody would know the difference, and then make Tom Brady the fucking winner, and make him the winner every year. Okay, but no, Patrick Mahomes is probably gonna win the damn thing. But I do have to say one thing. He is not the best player we have ever seen. That is straight up bullshit. Okay? Now, if we want to talk about overall, if you're wanting to mix everything, oh, he can run, he can do this, he's got throwing power, he's so athletic and all these things, okay? I want you to take a guy named Randall Cunningham and put him on the Chiefs right now. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay? Jared, you remember Randall Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
That guy was
Both his
freaking
careers.
ridiculous.
He was Gumby.
Dude, what could he not do? That's the thing. Okay? He never gets any credit, and I'm freaking sick of it. Every time they say Aaron Rodgers does something, we've never seen that before. Oh, really? Patrick Mahomes did. We've never seen that before. Have you never heard of Randall Cunningham? You've never heard of Brett Favre? I mean, did these guys just don't exist to you or something? You never heard of Fran Tarkenton? These guys just don't exist, apparently. So,
Randall Cunningham had a great career with the Eagles. He was Gumby for them. Like he did things that you see the highlights of today, and you're like, what was that? Like, there's a hit. I can see it 100 times and still not understand how that happened. But then he went and had another career with the Vikings.
Yeah,
where he
wasn't changed his game. He changed his game.
Like the throws he was making. And granted, he had Chris Carter and Randy Moss to throw to, but still.
But you still have to be able to throw it to make it happen. Right. Randy Moss and Chris Carter both had shit quarterbacks at one point, and they it didn't matter. Right. They couldn't get it done. So, yeah.
And to the point, I think it was Jared Thomas. Dante Hall was in an era where you got the crap beat out of you if you played receiver trying to go over the slot. Tyreek Hill is faster, but when you look at Dante Hall as a return man, the human joystick, the guy that could take any punt or kick back for a touchdown, that's what we see with Tyreek Hill. He's faster. I will completely grant you that. But when you put Tyreek Hill in that era, that dude is going to have alligator arm. That people watching the NFL don't. Yeah, people in the NFL who watch the NFL now don't understand what that term means because they don't see it. But when you went over the middle as a wide receiver back in the day, you were going to get slaughtered. So wide receivers would keep their arms close to their body to make sure that their ribs didn't get broken.
Right.
Because that's what linebackers were trying to do. They were trying to break their ribs. And to open the game up, the NFL made those hits illegal. You can't target a wide receiver going over the middle. And because of that rule, Tyreek Hill is what he is today. If you put that receiver, that exact receiver, in Kansas City in the late 90s, early 2000s, Dante Hall is what you get because Dante Hall is the same player. He's just not as fast.
Yeah. And I just get sick of this overhyping everything all the time. It's just, let's calm down. Okay? Yes, Patrick Mahomes is a great player. Okay? If he keeps having nothing bad happens to him, of course, because that you can say that about everybody, he will be a Hall of Famer. Okay? Yes. And situation matters. It does. Okay? It matters for everybody. And even the greatest of greats. Okay? Joe Montana needed to be in San Francisco. It worked. It was just perfect. It was a perfect marriage. Okay? That's what you need to get all of those Super Bowls, to get a shitload. Okay? And so it's a perfect match. Mm-hmm. And that's what Patrick's got right now. But people are not letting him have his career. They're not letting him enjoy it. You know what this hype does? If he wins the Super Bowl and is Super Bowl MVP, you know what everyone's going to think? Well, of course. Mm-hmm. Okay? Of course he was supposed to. We already hyped him as the new GOAT. So guess what? Patrick doesn't get to feel that feeling of, look what I did. Look what I've achieved. I've defied all of you. No. To everybody else, he's already won it. He just needs to show up. And you're screwing him over, man, actually. It's just, I think it's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. So,
I completely agree. And back to Jared Thomas in the chat. Yeah, Tyreek Hill is a beast in this era. If you put him in the 2000s where Ray Lewis would have jacked him up, where you've got linebackers that are going to slaughter you if you go over the middle, you're talking about a different career.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes is a great talent. Like, he's able to make throws that are unbelievable. But at the same time, you've got an offensive scheme that allows receivers to get open because they don't have linebackers that they have to be afraid of.
Yeah, they're not afraid of anybody anymore.
Right.
I just want people to say, let them achieve things. Now, there's one thing, okay? There's one thing that transcends time. It's not passing yards. It's not touchdowns. Okay, passing touchdowns, okay? All of that stuff has to be taken within context. You've got the way we look at money with inflation. We have like, you know, $1 at one period means $1 something in another time. Okay. I think we lost Jared, but.
He'll be back. He did that a few times.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Sorry, I had to take care of something. I didn't want to.
No problem. So, like inflation in a different time, you've got to. I don't know if you guys keep up with movies and box office scores, but I used to like to watch the box office totals for the biggest movies of all time. Okay, if you go and look at the top 10 most highest grossing movies ever, you're going to get some ridiculous results. You're going to get some movies that are real shit, okay? And you're going to see stuff like Avatar, okay? Come on. Does anyone believe that that's one of the greatest movies of all time? But yet, it's like up there, right? So anybody who doesn't know anything about box office or anything at all, they might look at that and go, wow, that's a great movie. That must be one of the greatest movies ever made, you know? And there's others like that. There's a lot of like animated movies like that. And we all know, for those of us who follow it, we know that that's not the case. So if you really want to know, you need to adjust for inflation. Okay? Mm-hmm. So you need to look at ticket sales. How many actual people went to see it? Because in 1978, 1979, 1980, you know, that whole time frame, I think Star Wars came out in 77, but that whole time frame, how many tickets did they sell for the price that they were then? That was fitting for the economy at the time versus now. And then you've got Avatar. They had the 3D sales and all that other stuff, okay? So it doesn't tell you really how many people went to watch it. And isn't that what matters? Context. That's what you've got to do for statistics, for passing yards, for passing touchdowns. You've got to find a formula that shows you one passing yard equals what in 1975 versus one passing yard in 2015, for example. What is the difference? And you've got to find that difference. And you've got to do that by looking at real changes and also taking blocks of time as you go along the timeline, looking for changes overall in all of the quarterback averages. If you do that, you can find a good equivalent. Then you have a better idea of what passing yards mean. Okay, guys? Because last year, Jameis Winston threw for over 5,000 yards. Okay? Nobody but Dan Marino has ever done that before 2011. Okay? So is he suddenly now like Dan Marino? No. That's stupid. Now, the numbers say yes. He threw for over 5,000 yards. He's in the 5,000 yard club. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. Okay? Right now, the guys who are playing right now, the middle guys, okay? I'm not even talking about Mahomes and guys like that. The middle guys, the Jared Goffs of the world, okay? The Carson Wentzes, if they are able to last the next 15 years, for 15 years total, you are going to see them in the top guys ever for passing yards. How's that going to look? Imagine that. That's going to happen, guys. So that's going to come a time that you're going to be in 2035. If these guys don't get injured and they get to keep playing, you're going to see that. You're seeing a small form of it right now with Phillip Rivers. And this is going to be even worse in 15 years. And it's going to get worse. And it's just going to keep getting worse, okay? So it doesn't matter. And they're going to put Phillip Rivers into the Hall of Fame just for existing long time. You existed a long time. So now you're going to get in because you're sixth in passing yards or whatever the hell it was. Who gives a shit? I don't care. What did you do? Did it translate to anything? And my point is this. There's only one thing that doesn't need inflation adjusted. There's only one thing. Winning. because when you win, you are playing against your peers who are also playing by those rules. So if you can throw for 6,000 yards, let's say, someone's going to do that, and your peers are only throwing for 5,500 yards, okay, fine, whatever. But winning is winning because they're under the same rules as the opposing quarterback has the same rules as you do, and you're outperforming them, and you're still winning. So winning matters. A Super Bowl matters no matter what year you're in. That's what counts. Going to a Super Bowl counts. Championship games count. Winning games count. All that counts. That matters. It doesn't need any kind of adjustment whatsoever. That's what you need to look at first. Winning ends, it shuts down people. So all these guys, Patrick and them, winning is what will put them apart, and nobody can take that from them. But these stats are out of control, these yards and everything, and people are making a big deal out of them. I yawn now when I see that shit. It's just out of control. That's the game now. So you have to throw for more yards to be equivalent to what someone was doing 30 years ago. You've got to make up for the difference. And that's exactly what Jared was talking about with the going up the middle and stuff like that.
And Jared, to your point, Deshaun Jackson played later. Dante Hall played from 2000 to 2008. Deshaun Jackson started in 2008. But when you look at the kind of numbers Dante Hall was putting up as a receiver, he was in the 400 to 500 yard receiving range per year. And that's about where Tyreek Hill would be at that time. The 2008 is about the time they started opening up the game. You know, go back and look at the Eagles stats from that same time. You know, even Terrell Owens was catching 700 yards a season in Andy Reid's system. You know, back in from about the 2007, 2008, 2009 timeframe is when they started opening up the game. Before that is the era I'm talking about where Dante Hall was called the human joystick. He was a freaking fantastic return man. But when it came time to playing wide receiver, he was going to get you about 400 or 500 yards a year.
Oh, here we go. Jalen. Those are not my calculations. Those apparently are yours. That is not what I said. First off, I wasn't even talking about the Hall of Fame specifically, but we can talk about the Hall of Fame. I was saying if you're a player and you want to make it to where nobody can fuck with your legacy, make sure you win when you're getting all of those stats. Okay? What I'm saying is the stats alone don't mean shit if you're not winning. The winning solidifies the stats. Eli Manning, for me, doesn't have the other half. Okay? He's got 2 Super Bowls, but he was a shitty quarterback for the entire time. His entire career, he has sucked. All right? And I even like Eli. I have nothing against Eli. Hold nothing against him. Okay? But he was a shitty quarterback. Okay? That's it. And he doesn't have both. You need both. But winning will make sure that nobody can take that from you. Nobody can have these arguments, you know, well, he was throwing in a passing era or and all that shit. You can just shut them down and say, hey, yeah, I did play in a passing era. I do have the stats. I have a lot of stats, but I also won. And that winning puts it to bed. But what I'm talking about is when we're talking about guys who have the stats. So it's an upper echelon. It's just a certain group of guys. Eli Manning is not in that conversation. He's never made it to that conversation, so he's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. If we're talking about that, then you have to say there's a lot of guys that have rings, but they don't have the other criteria. So
SM Down has a great comparison for Eli Manning.
That's Jalen. Yeah.
That's Jalen? Okay.
Yeah.
He's
I wish he would just change his
Joe
name.
Namath.
So I don't even know what that means. SM Down. I can't pronounce it. But
he's the Joe Namath of the modern era. Except that Joe Namath put the team on his shoulders to win that game. Eli threw up a duck that should have been called for holding that Richard Sherman pointed out. But
Richard Seymour.
Seymour. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Richard Seymour.
No. Jalen. Okay. Just because Joe Namath is in the Hall of Fame, because some asshat put him in, doesn't mean that you should keep lowering the bar. So just because some guys got in that shouldn't be in, doesn't mean that you should continue to lower the bar and let anybody in. And that's the problem with that. Now, if I was in control of the Hall of Fame, if tomorrow they said, Aaron, you are now in the control of the Hall of Fame, and you can do whatever you want. You can kick out guys. You can lock the doors. I don't give a shit. Do what you want. Yeah, that shit's getting emptied.
Yeah, and when you look at Joe Namath's career, even though Joe Namath is in the Hall of Fame, he's in the Hall of Fame for one reason, and that's because he forced the NFL-AFL merger with that Super Bowl win. If you look at his career, like the dude, like Eli Manning, and I thought this was the comparison you were making, but like Eli Manning, Joe Namath led the league in interceptions year after year after year.
He was a bad quarterback.
He had a heck of an arm. Okay, great. Jeff George had a heck of an arm. But you don't see Jeff George in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. For me, a Hall of Famer has both, okay? He has good stats. He has the required stats of his era, let's say. And he has the wins. He has his Super Bowls. He has all that stuff, okay? There's only one guy that defies that. Only one guy who's ever lived that defies that. And he played for the Dolphins, okay? He's the one exception. But he's the exception. Everybody else is the rule, or should be the rule, which is you need both. But Dan Marino was so extraordinary, so ridiculously out of his time, that we make room for him. But he's the exception. He's it, okay?
His
Everybody
first 4
else,
years
though, it's different.
in the league, like he lit the league on fire those first 4 years. But even Dan Marino, honestly, if you take those first 4 years away, he doesn't have a Hall of Fame career. But those first 4 years were so unbelievably phenomenal that
right. And at least Dan Marino's got an MVP. Okay. There's a lot of guys that you're trying to put in the Hall of Fame right now that's got nothing. Phillip Rivers has absolutely nothing. The guy played, let's see, if I'm not mistaken, he's only been in one AFC Championship game, right? Just one. And that was against us. So.
Phillip Rivers?
Yeah. Yeah, because he had a torn ACL and he was playing on it, which was totally badass, by the way. Props to him. While Danian Tomlinson was sulking on the sidelines about something. I think he sprained his vagina or something. But I
remember the Chargers were.
I think it was the 2007 game, probably. But Phillip Rivers has done nothing to deserve the Hall of Fame, and that is a joke. There is nothing he has done to deserve it. And I like Phillip, okay? I'm not picking on him. I think he's funny. I've always liked him. I've defended him. I even did a Brady hate video defending him. So it's not personal. It's never personal. He does not deserve the Hall. Guys, Hall of Fame is immortality. Okay? When you put a guy into the Hall of Fame, he is on equal level with Montana. Okay? With Tom Brady, with Peyton Manning. When you're in the Hall of Fame, there is no tier level in there. There's no differentiation. There's nothing like that.
Right.
It's just you're a dude next to another dude next to another dude, and you're all great dudes. Okay? That's it. When you put Phillip Rivers in there, what are you saying? When you put Eli Manning in there, what are you saying? Like, really? It's the same thing with the coaches. They put Jimmy Johnson in. They put Bill fucking Cowher. I'm sorry to use the F word, but that pisses me off. Bill Cowher.
Okay.
Are you kidding?
The coach for the Raiders, not John Madden. Flores.
Tim Flores.
I can't think of Tim. Yeah.
Tom.
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Flores.
Tom Flores. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
For what?
He has 2 Super Bowls. I don't think he is in the Hall of Fame, but you don't bring him in, but you bring Bill Cowher in, who has 1 Super Bowl.
I don't know anymore. So
it's just a popularity contest for those who are on the morning shows on Sunday. If you're in a pregame show, you're going to be in the Hall of Fame. Next is going to be Boomer Esiason.
Why not? Right? When does Chris Sims get in? Chris Sims is a douche. Yes, thank you. See it twice. Thank you for clarifying that. We are not talking about if we think somebody will get in the Hall of Fame. We're talking about we wouldn't put them in the Hall of Fame. They will put Phillip Rivers in the Hall of Fame, and they will put Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame, and that is a travesty. Okay? But it doesn't matter at this point. They've already degraded it. It's an open house now. It's legs spread open, bang on line at the door. You know, it's a whorehouse. Okay? And if you don't believe me, then take Deion Sanders' word for it, because he agrees. And I know a lot of other Hall of Famers aren't as outspoken as Deion and won't admit it, but they believe it too. They know it. Because, again, when you put a guy in there, you're putting him on equal footing with those other guys, and it's ridiculous. You can't do that shit. Are they trying to tell me that Bill Cowher and Jimmy Johnson are at the level of Vince Lombardi, Bill Walsh, Paul Brown? I would even question Joe Gibbs, 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. Okay? They hadn't even done that. That's something. That's pretty cool. Is Joe Gibbs even in the fucking Hall of Fame? I'm pretty sure he is. I'd be shocked.
Somebody just commented that Flores is not in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not saying
I didn't think so. Yeah.
My point is that if that guy has 2 Super Bowl rings and Bill Cowher has 1, why is Bill Cowher in and he's not? You know, obviously Flores didn't meet a threshold to get in the Hall of Fame. Well, clearly Bill Cowher didn't meet that threshold. Other than Bill Cowher was on the Sunday, was it CBS?
They know him,
show.
And he's famous, and people, no, just hanging around doesn't make you a Hall of Famer. Just being around, okay, long enough, great, you know, whoop-de-doo. I don't care about that. I'm saying when you put a guy in, you have to be saying yourself, look at his position, look at the guys that are in there, and are you legitimately saying that he belongs with them? If they actually ask themselves that, these guys wouldn't get in. There would be some years where you wouldn't even have a class. There's some years where you wouldn't have a Hall of Fame class. And by the way, if you need more than 2 turns to get in, fuck off. If you need more than 2 years, 2 instances to get in, that's my Hall of Fame, not theirs. My Hall of Fame.
No.
Actually, I don't even know if I'd give you a second one. If you're a Hall of Famer and our Hall of Fame and our Elysium, our Mount Olympus, okay? If you're a god, an immortal, then I should be able to know if you're a Hall of Famer. The very first time your name comes up, I should know yes, no, yes, no, yes, no.
Yeah, if you're in the Pantheon,
come on,
then you're in the Pantheon.
You either are or you aren't. If we've got to argue for 5 years straight, oh, it's the 5th year, he's finally, we've been arguing about him for 5 years now. I guess we can kind of let him in. What the hell are you doing? Really? It's so stupid. This whole thing is flawed. Now, the only way the Hall of Fame can fix this is by making different wings. Okay? So create a whole new section for the immortals, the complete the deities. Okay?
You make it Mount Olympus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the tier 1, they're great players. The tier 2, they're really great players. And then you get to the pinnacle. Those are the best of the best of the best of the best.
Luke asked, what should be the criteria for a coach to make the Hall? Just rings? No, not just rings. Rings are important. No, you need okay, so if you win a ring but you've only been a coach for 5 years, no, you're not getting the Hall, right? So you need it's like the quarterbacks, same thing. So you need a decent sized career. You need the rings, of course. You need a lot of winning, and for our Hall of Fame, you also need to have been something that just transcended time, like something that you did something extraordinary that matters. Bill Walsh created an offense Bill Walsh created something that changed the NFL forever, on top of his 3 rings and on top of essentially getting a 4th because it was his team anyway. You
stuff have
like that.
The coaching acumen or the GM skills of Bill Belichick, who's able to find the pieces to keep a dynasty going for 20 years.
In the salary cap era.
In the free agency era. And I think this is a good way of distinguishing Bill Parcells versus Tom Flores or George Seifert, who also won two rings. You have the coaching tree.
Yeah, your influence on the league and all of those things combined. They're not just one. So I just want to repeat, please don't post something that says, oh, well, by your logic, then this guy, blah, blah, blah. No, it's a lot of things. It's a mosaic, as they say. It's a combination of different stuff. Now, in our Mount Olympus, I'll be honest with you. I'm not saying he wouldn't, but we'd have to look at it closely and see if there's room. But I'm not so sure that Bill Parcells gets in. And I like Bill Parcells. Okay, big fan.
Yeah.
But that's how close this is, and how hard it is, how hard it should be. But no, you've got guys in now that make no sense, and it seems like if you just exist for a while, you're going to get in now. They're going to put, dude, this makes me sick. They're going to put John Harbaugh in. They're going to put Mike Tomlin in. They're going to put, let's see.
Rex Ryan.
Anybody up-and-comers. Why the fuck not? Let's put Rex Ryan in there. Fuck it. Let's put Adam Gase in there, okay? So,
well, I clearly.
Fuck it. Yeah. Why not? So, yeah. No. It's getting stupid. It's just getting out of control. They're going to put Pete fucking Carroll in there, okay? They're going to put Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. All right. So you get my point.
Well, they would put him in there just because they don't want to get him. They don't want to get fined.
Dude, my Hall of Fame standards are so damn harsh. There's guys in the Hall of Fame right now that wouldn't get to who I love. I love Warren Moon. Huge Warren Moon fan. He doesn't get into my Hall of Fame. He doesn't make it. I don't even think Kurt Warner gets in.
You're a huge Kurt Warner fan.
A huge Kurt.
Those are your two favorite quarterbacks of all time.
And I Kurt Warner. Other than Tom Brady, Kurt Warner and Warren Moon are my guys. But I'm not sure that Kurt would even get in. That's how hard it is. Because there's not enough room. Who do you kick out? If we're talking about a Mount Olympus, Okay, of the gods. These are the gods, the deities. Who, you know? So
Eddie has a
okay,
super chat.
I see Addie's name. I haven't seen the super chat yet, but Addie's name, it's gonna be somebody fucking stupid, like Tim Couch or some shit, right? Or Johnny Manziel. Fuck it, let's find out.
That's a good question.
$2 super chat from Addie Bisorno says, "Does Joe Thomas get in?" Yeah. Wait, does he get in?
So.
Are you saying does he get into ours or the NFL?
Into yours.
In ours.
Yeah.
No. No. There's too many guys.
Oh, he wants to know both.
Oh, in real life? Oh yeah, he'll be. Oh yeah, he'll be first ballot. Yeah. And ours, no. And only thing because like I said, you got to make room. There's got to be enough room. There are too many guys who made an impact, who were great, and won on winning teams, who were part of dynasties, who made a huge difference. Joe Thomas, as good as he is, I know he's offensive lineman. I know that he can't change everything, but when you're just a part of complete shit, I'm sorry, Addie. That was mean. When you have a long career involved in almost complete shit, it's going to count against you. And then who are you going to push out to put him in? That's what you have to deal with. I like the Hall of Fame seems to have an open door policy. It's like, come on in, you know. No, man. Mm-hmm. To get a bust should be this insane honor. This honor that is just so prestigious. But it's not anymore. And it's just, oh, you had a long career. You were pretty good at your job. We know who you are. You're in. I don't know. Did I read that correctly? Is Bill Murray lying?
What did he ask?
Bill Murray, maybe he's joking. Bill Murray said, "Holy shit, the Rams unloaded Goff's horrible contract." No, that can't be right. I don't even know how they could do that. The league year hasn't even started. How would they even do that?
There's the news headlines are saying that they're beginning talks about trading Jared Goff.
Oh, they're looking to do it. Okay, things to say. Yeah. How the hell?
They're exploring.
Holy shit! Breaking news! Hey, look, guys, we got breaking news. Thank you, Bill, or whoever your real name is. I seriously doubt you're Bill Murray. That'd be funny. What if you really are Bill Murray? You know, if you are Bill Murray, you need to send like a $100,000 super chat. That'd be fucking awesome. Okay. You're a big fan, Bill. Okay. Adam Schefter. According to my sources, I've got a small dick. All right. Detroit. Detroit is dealing. What did you just do?
Did I do something?
Yes. Okay, what the hell just happened?
They're talking.
I lost you guys for a second. Where did Jared go?
I think it was the internet, but
Yeah. Okay. Israel sent a $2 super chat. Jared, call back. I don't know what happened. I think our internet got cut for a second. The MLB Hall of Fame remains the most prestigious Hall of Fame. I have to take a look at them. Yeah. It's pretty hard to get into from what I hear. So let's take a look at this. Okay, so this is crazy, guys. This is a huge deal. So all of the Matthew Stafford to New England talk is over. So this means that the chances of me getting Matt Ryan in New England is probably better now, because now they don't have Matthew Stafford to look at. Because I thought that if since Matt Patricia is now in New England, then it's possible that if he liked Matt, I don't even know if they did, but that Matt might try to make that happen with Belichick. So that's over. I kind of like this though. Not that I think it's a particularly a good deal. I need to see all the details, but I just like the idea of movement like this. It's pretty cool. So, Jared Goff, you're fucked. Jared Goff is over. He's finished. Jared Goff is finished. At least he's still getting paid. So, 2 future first-round picks. How futuristic are those? How long? 3rd-round pick and Jared Goff. 2 former number 1 overall picks trading places in the first blockbuster NFL trade of 2021. That is crazy, guys. Think about that. Wow. Can you believe that trade? Can you believe that?
My internet cat, like right when he said breaking news, and then
Oh, you didn't hear me?
no, my internet cut out.
Detroit is sending Matthew Stafford to the Los Angeles Rams in exchange for 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick, and Jared Goff.
So Jared Goff isn't even worth a first-round pick. You had to give 2 first-round picks in addition to Jared Goff to get Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford cannot be worth that much.
Well, how little do they value Jared Goff?
They're basically saying he's worthless.
Yeah.
They're basically saying he's shit. I do not believe that the difference between Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford is 2 first-round picks and a 3rd-round pick.
And Jared Goff is significantly younger, isn't he? I mean, I know he's younger, but there's like
way different. This is crazy. Why would the Rams? I don't get it. You're giving up 2 first-rounders and a 3rd-rounder, and just to get Matthew Stafford. I mean, this sounds like a deal you might have been able to pull for Watson.
Well, that's what I was about to say. If this is the baseline now, then what are the Texans going to be asking for Watson? Because now it's 3 first-round draft picks plus.
I mean, Arthur Blank said that Matt Ryan was available, or was this not good enough to get Matt Ryan? I mean, it's just weird. The value for Matthew Stafford, this is high. I mean, they are valuing him high. Mm-hmm. They are saying that he is the guy who's going to change everything for them.
But the problem is, it's not a good deal for Matt Stafford. Matthew Stafford has to go play for the biggest babysitter in the NFL. Like, you're not allowed to run. You can't play professional quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams.
No,
because you can't make reads, you can't make audibles. You have to do whatever your coach says, and they got Belichick exposed the Rams for what they are, and it's an offense that's got a babysitter.
It's interesting. Because, okay, now, me personally, I don't give a shit about draft picks, okay? I think everybody knows my opinion about the draft.
Rookies are stupid.
Rookies are stupid. I fucking hate rookies. But just because I feel that way doesn't mean that they don't have value to other teams. And 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick is still a valuable commodity to other teams. Whether you are okay with losing them or not doesn't mean that they don't have value somewhere else. Because if you can keep some of those, then you could trade them to another team who does value them. That's the idea here. So no matter what, it's still a lot. It's what it's worth on the market to other teams, basically. So that's what's so puzzling about this. But look at the Rams making deals. I mean, damn. They aren't afraid to do that shit, though. I mean, they've gone after a lot of big-name players. So, all right. Yeah, Jared Goff's done. You know what? The problem is that McVay kind of screwed him.
Exactly.
He didn't learn, like you said, he didn't learn how to play quarterback, like you said. And I just want to reiterate that with saying that you guys understand that McVay told him every step, every single detail, and when they got cut off, the NFL cuts off your headset from coach to quarterback with 15 seconds left on the play clock, and if McVay doesn't get that play into Jared by then, Jared doesn't know what to do. And whose fault is that? Is that Jared's fault or is that McVay's fault?
No, that's McVay. That is absolutely McVay's fault. And, McVay was a baby head coach. He didn't have enough experience to be a head coach. He had a heck of a season, but Belichick exposed him.
Yeah. I don't know. I actually like Jared. I think he's got some qualities that could be used. He just hasn't been coached. Right. McVay thinks that he needs to control it. Basically, McVay wants to be the quarterback. But he can't be, so he doesn't want his guy. Matthew Stafford is not the kind of guy who's going to do that.
Matthew Stafford has more experience than McVay. If you're Sean
exactly.
McVay, why are you going to trade for somebody who's not going to listen to you?
I don't know. This is puzzling. It could be a general manager thing. I don't know. So
it could be. But just evaluating that trade, just on the surface of it, the Lions got a steal. They get 2 first-round draft picks and a quarterback who's pretty darn good if you can get him the right coaching. And you get the Rams get a quarterback who's very good, who's not going to get along with his head coach.
Yeah. It's weird.
Mm.
But what is if they did move Deshaun Watson? What's he going to get? What's he going to bring in? That's going to be the Herschel Walker trade, like you said.
Yeah, like it's going to be the great train robbery. And maybe the 49ers, because you have to have a quarterback in that trade. Like, if there's no quarterback, then there's no trade. I don't care how many first-round draft picks you give. So if the 49ers were in play, they'd have to give Jimmy G plus 3 first-round draft picks.
Jesus Christ.
What's up?
Jesus Christ! I've been talking for the last 2 hours, and all hell's broken loose. What the hell's going on?
Yeah. So Matthew Stafford apparently is so much better than Jared Goff that it requires 2 first-rounders and a 3rd rounder to make up for it.
I just said in the chat. So what are the Texans going to ask Deshaun Watson for? 4 first-round picks? 5?
Firstborn? Like, your firstborn? Your secondborn? I don't know.
Your embryo? I don't know. Crazy, man.
No, the only team I can think of that could offer the Texans value that they would be interested in would be the 49ers at this point. It would have to include Jimmy G, and it would have to include multiple first-round draft picks. Short of that, I don't see any team that could, unless the Lions trade 3 first-round draft picks and Jared Goff for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. No disrespect to Stafford at all or Goff, but 2 first-round picks, 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, where was that pick? Was it in the middle round, or was it, or do we not know yet?
There's no way of knowing right now. So.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I'll say this: if it's a high, like if it's in the teens, then okay. Yeah. But if it's low, if it's higher than that, they just threw away.
I mean, you have to think that Matthew Stafford wins you a ring this next season. That's the only reason you make that trade.
You have to believe that he is that big of a difference.
Right. And exactly. I was just about to say that. And where is the gap between Goff and Stafford? Because I don't really see one.
Not that much. Like,
no. I don't see it that much. That's ridiculous. It's crazy. So
Goff is much younger. He's been in your system. Like, if Goff hasn't made a big dramatic improvement, it's not because he lacks talent. It's because McVay's a shitty coach.
Yeah, the Lions fleeced the market, clearly.
Oh my gosh, they did. And
the Rams don't like having
credit. That's a heck of a trade. Props to the Lions. That's the best move that the Lions have made since they drafted Barry Sanders.
Maybe there's a new sheriff in town.
It's a new era for the Detroit Lions.
The cheapest I can think of is 2 firsts this year and 1 next year, or maybe like a game-changing player and a 3rd.
That's the thing. I didn't even know. Did the Rams even have one for this year?
I don't even know.
That's a good research question.
Okay, so the Rams just made the playoffs. So if it's this year's next year first rounder, it's not worth that much. It's in the 20s. Big deal. If they're anything past that, there's no way of knowing. Now, clearly the Rams are betting. Or the whole point of this is to win now, right? So they're thinking if they do win now, then those first rounders aren't worth much. It's not the same, like you said, Shaq. So that's the play, I guess. That's the play here. And Detroit's hoping that Matthew Stafford fails, so the first rounders are worth a lot. It's a gamble, but there you go.
And how much more money do they have to pay Matthew Stafford than Jared Goff? Because Jared Goff's still playing on his rookie contract, isn't he?
No, he got a new deal, extension.
Then take that back. But just the age difference.
I love breaking news happening on our show. That's freaking awesome. Thank you, Bill Murray, for bringing it up.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's a sucker born every minute in the NFL, so I wouldn't be surprised if some team comes up with some ridiculous, wild, out of the ordinary offer for Watson. I mean, I'm just thinking of a team like the Dolphins. I mean, I don't think they would trade Tua after 1 year, but I mean, they have a ton of picks. Most of them, ironically, come from Houston, and you know.
Unless their draft picks back. Like I said, the only team I can think that could offer, unless you think Tua is somebody that can give you a future, the only team I can see.
And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets did something too, because I mean they have nothing to lose, honestly. You know. And I'm sure they have some good premium too. So, and Watson has expressed wanting to go to the Jets. So, I mean, if you make a move like that, trade a couple of players and recruit some draft picks,
So we have a $5 super chat from Akash Modi. This is his third one of the night. He says Deshaun Watson to Patriots because of Nick Caserio would be interesting in AFC East. Absolutely, and if Nick was willing to move Deshaun, he's going to give Belichick the first shot at it. Probably, he's probably going to call Bill and say, "Hey,
is he though?
You know, I would think
because I mean they're
are they on bad terms or
no, but it's an AFC team. So do you really want to give that much leg up?
And
it
Bill
depends,
Belichick
I guess.
is not gonna. Yeah. He's not gonna give the Matthew Stafford deal.
No. Watson is not going to be our quarterback, guys. He will never pay what is going to be asked for him. He will never pay that. Even though
especially not now. Not what the Texans. The Texans are doing backflips. They should send them. They should send Detroit a thank you card because the Texans are gonna have the leeway to ask for the moon.
Absolutely, exactly.
Guys, Matt Ryan's coming in the New England Patriots, baby. I'm gonna get my way.
He's coming home. He's coming home.
He's going back to Boston, and then everybody can say, "Oh man, yeah, you were right, man. Matt Ryan, he was the right one." Yeah, okay, because I believe in him. He's a good quarterback, guys. He
makes the most sense.
Great quarterback.
He makes the most sense.
So
he's a leader. He's doesn't say much. He leads by example, really. Like he doesn't really.
He's a Patriot.
Not loud. Yeah.
He's a Patriot. You can't get Tom, get Matt. There you go. And he's got enough prime left in him that lines up right with what Belichick has left planned, probably. So Belichick wants to beat the douche Don Shula, get a Super Bowl, and Matt is right there, perfect. He's got enough left right there. It just goes good together. But Matt needs a target. Give him something, and you've got enough salary cap room to make something happen. And in fact, okay, don't think I lost my mind. I'm just putting it out there. But Arthur Blank did say that Matt and Julio are both available.
Yeah, there's no way Belichick's
I'm just
paying
saying
that price tag.
Okay, but what
It's a
if?
dream.
So what would you do if you woke up and said the Atlanta Falcons are trading Matt Ryan and Julio Jones to the New England Patriots?
I'm saying Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened? Okay.
Stranger things have happened. We talked earlier about Randy Moss going to the Patriots, and when I found one of my friends texted me and told me, well, not texted me, he aimed me an instant message from AOL. Like that's how long ago this was. So when he aimed me about Randy Moss, I was like, hell no, I don't want Randy Moss. And I was wrong, clearly. So anything can happen.
Oh shit, we got a $5 super chat from Addy, the Cleveland Addies. The Browns traded for Osweiler. I'm so sorry, Addy. Oh, I'm so sorry, Addy. I forgot about that. You guys have so many tragic moments that you keep reminding me of stuff that I even forgot about. That's how many you've got. The Browns traded for Osweiler, his $80 million contract, and a second from the Texans for nothing. And they used that pick to get Nick Chubb. Okay.
Yeah.
I
At
mean,
least the Browns beat the Steelers in the playoffs.
Yeah. But I completely forgot that they did that. Always making history, Addy. Always making history.
I mean, this is the team that traded up in the draft to get his profile picture.
Yeah. I mean, I like that they got Nick Chubb, and he's an awesome player for them. It's just funny. It's still funny that they got Brock Osweiler, and if you remember, they did it. They didn't want Brock. They wanted the pick. So it was just about the pick. And because I remember everyone was saying, why would they want Osweiler? And it's like, no, they wanted the pick. They just took that on. They basically paid that money. They took that salary cap hit for the pick. Mm-hmm. And they actually did something with it. But it's just hilarious, though, reading Brock Osweiler, $80 million contract, Cleveland Browns, and Addy saying it. So anything Addy says is funny to me. I just can't help it when it's Browns related. Yeah, but I remember.
But this is the team who traded back into the first round after they already made their first round draft pick to draft Johnny Manziel.
Factory of Sadness. Can we still call them that?
Factory of Sadness?
I mean, they won a playoff game.
They won a playoff game. And they beat the Steelers.
Yeah.
And
I guess the Steelers are the Factory of Sadness.
No, yeah, going 11-5? No, that's not sad.
No, and I keep bringing up the fact that they beat the Steelers because that's their team that they love to beat. That's their division rival. That's the franchise that has all the glory and all the success that they have to deal with twice a year, every year. And they beat the Steelers in the playoffs. Great kudos to the Browns for doing that.
Absolutely. I just don't. I think the Rams. What are they doing? It's weird. The difference is not that great. It's not that great.
Do they have a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl next year?
They're good. Yeah, I mean they got good players, but
because
Jared Goff was not the reason they lost in the playoffs.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. When the Vikings made that trade for Herschel Walker, Herschel Walker was one of the best running backs in the league at the time. and by far the best player in the Cowboys. And when you look at the late 80s Vikings, they were so good and so close to winning a Super Bowl that they thought that they were fleecing the Cowboys because they were getting the final missing piece.
Yeah.
Obviously, that didn't turn out. But when you're looking at it at the time, obviously 2020 gives you hindsight that the Vikings didn't have then. But when you're looking at that trade at the time, the Vikings thought that trade gave them a Super Bowl. I don't see how Matthew Stafford makes the Rams that much better that they think that they can win a Super Bowl next year, because they still have to get past the 49ers, who are going to be better next year. They still have to get past the Buccaneers, who are going to be better next year. Stafford is not the reason why you win a Super Bowl.
I don't know, but he's off the market now, so that puts us one step closer to Matt Ryan. And why the hell not, right? Matt's contract is a little hefty. He's got a cap hit of $40 million next season. But we've got the room, and maybe they can renegotiate, because that's his last year of his contract. So maybe if he wants an extension, the Patriots say, well, we'll give you extension. Let's renegotiate it. That's totally what Patriots do. That's their thing. Now, the Julio Jones thing was a joke, guys. That's why I said before I said it, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying, could you imagine? But Julio Jones is a difficult situation. Yeah, he's a game changer, but his cap hit is $23 million next year. $23 million for a wide receiver. Okay. But you would need Matt to be willing to do you'd want to extend Matt instead. And then you would need Julio to move some money around as well. And actually, it could be possible. And it still wouldn't break the Patriots. They'd still have money. So
if they want a Super Bowl bad enough,
right,
then they will renegotiate their contracts for a trade to the Patriots.
If they want a Super Bowl, exactly.
Yeah, but
Atlanta can't ask for everything in return, because then it would be pointless. Basically, Atlanta needs to look at it from an unloading contracts position,
right,
and getting some picks.
Because
but
the Falcons are in a position where they don't want to be so bad that Tom Brady just rolls over them twice next year.
Right. But hey, it wasn't me who put those two guys on the market. That's not me. That is Arthur Blank.
Right.
He did that. So he's wanting to move them. So they're there. There's interest there from Atlanta. They're willing to listen. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think for Stafford, for Matt Ryan and Julio Jones both to come to New England, first of all, you have to renegotiate the contracts. But second of all, the Patriots have to be willing to give up enough for the Falcons to be competitive next year. And I don't see how Bill Belichick's going to do that.
Yeah. Would be crazy, though.
Yeah.
Can you say Patriots Bucs Super Bowl?
I mean,
Dude,
yeah, if Bill Belichick had Julio Jones with Matt Ryan throwing him the ball, like that's incredible opportunity for Belichick as a head coach. Like, he's got the defensive genius. He's going to have cap space to go out and make his defense better.
Yeah.
And then, you've got the defensive genius of Bill Belichick, who has coached Tom Brady for 20 years. If he's in the Super Bowl against the Bucs, I hate to be Tom Brady. I mean, I love Tom Brady. There's no question.
He just knows too much about him. He knows too much.
But he knows way too much about Tom Brady. And on the flip side, Brady knows too much about Belichick.
Yeah, it works both ways. But we've seen other former Patriots defensive coordinators give Tom issues. We saw the Lions do that. Matt Patricia.
The one thing that would deter me from that, Ryan, though, is that, one of the many reasons to respect Brady is that he took pay cuts to help the Patriots get guys around him. Matt Ryan, he gets his money, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when he has the opportunity, he gets all the money, and he takes a lot of sacks on crucial downs. Super Bowl, obviously, and kind of chokes a lot. I mean, for his nickname to be Matty Ice, I mean, sometimes that ice melts a lot.
It was okay for a while. Yeah, the nickname was justified in the beginning, and I remember he was known as pulling these comebacks out of his ass, so like that. That Super Bowl has really done a number on, but it's not just him. That whole team is cursed, and I think he just needs to get out of there. I wouldn't be worried about that, but the money thing that you said, that's what I was saying. The Patriots would need to extend him because this is his last year. If they extend him to 3 years, they can renegotiate that deal, and Matt can take a pay cut. Matt has made more money than his great grandkids will be able to spend. So you want a ring, take it down a notch, take it down to $20 million. Okay, you're good to go. Okay, and that's what he should do if I were him. But he's made his money, and take a run, make a run for it. So, but to keep those two together, that would be. Now we do know that Bill loves Julio Jones. So he thinks a lot of him.
He also like Chad Ochocinco.
Okay, fair enough.
But no, his point still stands. I mean, Julio is a beast, but I mean, it would just be so perfect.
I just never anticipated that Chad couldn't understand the offense. I just didn't see that coming.
And it took him so long. Like, it finally took him into, what was that Jets game? Week 10, week 11 to get it. And it wasn't even like he got it. Like, that touchdown was like, he was like 20 yards away. So.
Yeah, if Chad Ochocinco understood the offense, that Super Bowl would have been completely different.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. I thought Chad coming to the Patriots, we were going to be, you just don't expect a receiver who's been in the league that long to have a problem with learning, an offense and stuff like that. So you never anticipate that. That's not something that any of us think about. We don't just assume that that's going to happen like that. So we have a $2 super chat from See It Twice. He says, can we call bad contracts Goff awful from here on out? I like that. That's pretty funny.
One Goff awful contract.
Yeah.
That was one Goff awful trade that the Rams just made.
I like that.
This quarterback carousel is going to be crazy this year. I mean, I see a lot of draft trades this year.
Jeremy just said something interesting.
There's a lot of uncertainty.
Jeremy said no one wants to play for Bill. Brady was the driving force of the dynasty. and I guess we'll see, right?
I'm not sure where his evidence is for saying that because there are still players who want to play for him.
Yeah, Cam Newton wanted to go play for Belichick this year.
Yeah, Jake, that's correct. The problem in 2011 was not the offense. I agree. That secondary was shit. My God. God, that was awful. We had Edelman out there. Edelman,
The best
defensive back,
the best
Edelman.
the best defensive back for that team was Patrick Chung, I believe, and he wasn't very good. No, because I believe it was his first go round, the Patriot, before he went to the Eagles, and then he came back.
Did they have Brendan Merriweather back then?
Yeah.
Was that his name?
Yeah. Oh, Big Bang Clock.
That was also when Devin was still a cornerback.
Yeah, that's right.
They didn't switch him then? I thought they switched him the next season because they drafted him in 2010 because he won Rookie of the Year in 2010 as a cornerback. And then I think they switched him the next year. Maybe I'm wrong.
I thought they switched him in 2012, 2013, something like that.
You could be, I think you could be right, but yeah.
But talking about an underrated player, Devin McCourty has been a badass at safety.
That's got to be the most brilliant switch of position. I mean, not only did it make a great player, but I think it saved him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Cam Newton sucks, and I don't know if it's him sucks or he's just not right for our system, but he sucks for us, and that's all that matters.
I don't think he was right this whole but it seemed like he started off well. He started off like the first 2-3 games, he started off pretty good, and then he got hit with COVID, and then he got the shoulder injury, and then it all hell broke loose. I don't think he recovered after that, and then with the passing, he just made bad decisions and just it all went to hell. Yeah, and his throwing motion, like Bill Murray said, it's just not good.
Who's got a worse throwing motion, Cam Newton or
Tim
Phillip
Tebow?
Rivers? Or Tim Tebow? Yeah.
Tim Tebow has the worst.
Phillip Rivers looks like a guy with Parkinson's trying to throw a football. It's
the fact that the ball gets to where a receiver can catch it after Phillip Rivers throws it is remarkable.
Let's see. Kenneth said something about Devin. So when was Devin switched? They switched Devin to safety the following year. Which following year?
So are they talking about 2011?
His rookie year or the Super Bowl year that we're referring to? Because I thought he was playing cornerback in 2011.
Devin McCourty played cornerback from 2010 to 2012.
I thought he switched in 2012 or 2013, something like that.
Yeah, 2013 is when he became a free safety.
Okay, so yeah, he played cornerback a lot longer then. But I just know that it was a brilliant switch. Brilliant switch. Mm-hmm. That's just awesome. So, do we think Harry is worth keeping? Actually, Shaq, I'm gonna let you.
Yes, I would say this season, this 2021 season coming up, is his make or break year, because with Cam, he started getting a little bit hot, and it started to break out for him. So, but this year, he has to stay healthy, and he has to start catching those balls, because I don't think I see a future for him after this year if he doesn't.
And to piggyback off of that, I'm not saying he is as good, but when you look at the size and the type of skills, he's very similar to Julio Jones. He's not as fast, he's not as good of a catcher, but he's got that body type. If you bring Matt Ryan, you've got somebody who can coach him and say, okay, this is what I expect you to do because I've seen this happen before.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Again, I'm not saying he's as good as Julio Jones. I'm saying he has that kind of that's his style. He's got that big flanker receiver split in. Sorry.
Around
Bonnie.
the last couple of weeks of the season, I didn't say it was a consistent type of performance. I'm just saying that it seemed like something clicked towards the end of the season. Now, that isn't to give him credit for the entire season, because it wasn't, as a whole, it wasn't very good.
I tell you, I had to tell you who's my dark horse. Go ahead, Shaq.
No, I was just wanted to go back to throwing motions. Somebody who had weird throwing motions. He's currently the offensive coordinator for the Bucs, Byron Leftwich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already calling it. My dark horse for MVP next year is Sony Michel.
I don't think he's serious about that, Jared. Do you?
No, he's not. He's not at all.
Yeah,
he's biting his lip right now.
Come on,
yeah.
I'm serious.
His
I'm
fingers
serious.
are behind his back.
I'm on the Sony Michel train, the Panasonic Michel.
Lies.
Come on.
I
love him.
Said that is a lie.
I'm a big fan. I mean, I cheered him on when we were there in person. Remember? I was like, "Woohoo! Sony Michel's awesome, man! Run that ball, motherfucker!" Yes. I love him. Love me some Sony Michel. I totally didn't cuss him out when I was there in person. I totally did not do that.
I didn't hear you say that one time. Not once.
Never.
Maybe twice. Maybe 3 times, but not once did I hear you say that.
I thought it was 4. Maybe I missed the count.
Yeah. That's probably but not once.
I am the biggest fan, okay, of his 2-yard belly flops. All right. For negative 2 yards. So I love the belly flops. They're amazing. So he's awesome.
I hope his mom's not watching this.
Well, he and Nick Chubb played. He and Nick Chubb played in the same offensive backfield in college.
I want to see Tim Tebow make a comeback.
If Josh McDaniels gets another head coaching gig, expect Tim Tebow to come back.
Tebow.
Not as a quarterback, as a fullback.
Dude, when Tebow got drafted and started, that was the first full season that Milena started watching football. I mean, she saw a few games at the end of 2011, but the 2012 season. I'm sorry, not 2012, 2011. Wait. When the hell was Tebow took the Broncos to the playoffs? That was 2011.
2020, no.
What's wrong with me? 2011. We played the Ravens in the AFC Championship game. 2012.
Yeah, 2012. No, 2011, because it was a divisional round where he got smoked by the Patriots.
That's right. So 2011, and she kept asking me, "Who is this Tim Tebow guy? Why do they always say his name? Why do they keep saying his name? How come they don't mention Tom Brady?" Because I was always talking about Tom. She said, "Who's this Tim Tebow guy?" And she was just constantly asking me. That's all she ever heard was Tim Tebow. And I just remember. I mean, from her perspective, from her just hearing this name constantly, you would think that he's like one of the best players in the league.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's all you ever hear, Tim Tebow, over and over. It's crazy, right? I mean, I remember her saying that. Like, who is this guy? Why is his name being said so much? It's like, yeah.
They really just
It was crazy.
they played it up. They played it up way too much. They had Tebow time graphics and all this stuff. It was like, no, it wasn't Tebow time. It was Matt Prater time because he was the one who was booming all them damn kicks.
Addy's got a question for you regarding the Hall of Fame.
Thanks, Addy. Set me up.
That's one of those ones that.
Is Edelman a Hall of Famer? He only had 3 seasons with that. No.
As much as I respect Edelman, and as great a fan of I am of his, no.
If the Hall of Fame had a playoff wing, he'd be in there because
absolutely.
Yeah,
the clutch catches in the playoffs and Super Bowls, plural, those speak for themselves. But that doesn't exist. So no, unfortunately.
wide receivers are treated a little differently, unfortunately, and they won't put him in.
But at the same time, because the NFL has done such a poor job of managing who gets into the Hall of Fame, we've downplayed franchise Hall of Fames. It should be a really big deal to get into the Patriots Hall of Fame. And Edelman absolutely deserves to be there.
Well, he'll be in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Luke, I just want to be clear on something. I like Tebow, actually. What I was referring to is that we heard his name so much that Milena assumed that he was Tom Brady and Peyton Manning type player. So she was learning football, and then so she was like, okay, how good is this Tim Tebow guy? Because that's all she ever heard was his name. And then I'm sitting there thinking, wow, she must think that he's this great player, And it's just funny how they constantly said his name. But I actually liked him personally. I think he's a nice guy and stuff like that. But he's as Herm Edwards used to say, oh, Tim Tebow, great football player, can't play quarterback. Can't play quarterback. A great football player, but can't play quarterback. And there you go.
Herm Edwards,
right.
Herm Edwards is another guy who would be a great head coach for the Buccaneers next year if Bruce Arians retires.
I do remember that, Jake. Yeah, Skip Bayless, guys. There was one time where Tebow would. Skip Bayless said Tebow would be more clutch than Brady, or was more clutch than Brady.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith had almost died on the air.
And then he said that Tim Tebow would be the starter for the Patriots, I think by 2013 or something like that. 2014. I don't know. He'd say Tim Tebow once we signed him, and for the preseason. He said Tim Tebow will be the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots in 2 years or something like that. 3 years. I can't remember. But
I know it's frustrating being a sports analyst and having your YouTube channel with the focus on the NFL, more specifically the Patriots and Brady, knowing that there are idiots out there who say that Brady's not that good, like he who should not be named, Nick Wrong, the boxing analysis dude. Who was great in Rocky, by the way, because he was given a script. But then you've got the other extremist, like the guy you just named, Skip Bayless, who goes so far to say dumb stuff supporting Brady, and then go on and praise Tim Tebow for. He's a good player, but he's to ever think that he would be the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots. That's amazing.
The problem is Skip Bayless represents. He's only a few people. He's only one of a few people who give Brady any type of credit in the mainstream media, And so people think that Skip Bayless is representative of all Brady fans,
Yep.
and that's just
I
not
know.
true.
I wish he hated Brady. I wish he did.
Yeah.
That
Well, fortunately, we have Von Allen Sports to give us an honest
And sometimes
sober.
Yeah.
well, guys, I've been on here for 5 hours. I think I'm gonna get off here. I'm dead tired. So.
Yep. Well, again, thank you for all the work that you do to give proper analysis, because we've got crazy guys on both sides on the Brady spectrum.
Yeah, more crazy on the hate side, but yeah, we do have crazy on both. But yeah, the hate, they're insane. So, thank all of you guys. I appreciate y'all being here tonight. This is a great show. I had a lot of fun tonight. I'm glad I did this one. So,
Don't forget to become a member. Only $1.99.
And if you haven't hit like on the chat yet, make sure you do.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Awesome. All right. We'll talk soon, guys. Let's go.
All right. Bye.